Let us amplify what we're doing. Let us get some traction. Let us make some noise about this very exciting event today. Asanteni.
From this one, from the mic. Hello, can you hear us? This one's testing, testing. Can she now speak? And then on the Zoom with Michael. Please, can you hear? Can you speak again? Hapana, ongea na simu, naona. Hello. Unaona mic yake iko on? Hebu angalia mic yake. Angalia kwenye mic yake kwanza. Angalia kwenye Zoom. Angalia mic yake kwenye. Unmute on the mic. Unmute on your mic on the Zoom. No, it shows muted on the mic on the Zoom on the Zoom. Can you now try to speak? speak now? Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, inaonekana.
My name is Sabri Samachano and I'm the Managing Director of Zanzibar Social Security Fund, also currently a student at the Uongozi Institute doing the postgraduate diploma on leadership. A female who's in a leadership position every day.
hiyo natumia hapa no. Bueno, yani wewe Unaangalia passport. Yeah. Tuan. Muda ujisikia. No.
was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the
Thank you. We may be seated. Asanteni sana. Dr. Yon Yingu, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Special Groups. Ambassador Begum Taj, Vice Chairperson, Uongozi Institute's Board of Directors. Your Excellency, Teresa Zetting, Ambassador of Finland here in Tanzania. Mr. Kadari Singo, Chief Executive Officer, Uongozi Institute. Mr. Alessandro Pisani, representing the Ambassador of the European Union Delegation in Tanzania. Ms. Catherine Gifford, Interim Country Representative for the UN Women here in Tanzania. Dr. Patricia Laverly, Country Manager, African Development Bank Group, Tanzania. Ms. Ened Muntali and Ben Mwakibete, representatives from the State House. Dr. Linda Nkube-Nkomo, Chief Executive Officer, Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, who will also be our keynote speaker for this forum. Panelists of the forum, facilitators, coaches of the Women's Leadership Program, Cohorts 7, Cohorts 8, Tupo of the Uongozi Women's Leadership Program, all stakeholders of Uongozi Institute represented here today, members of the press. I'd also like to acknowledge our online participants joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. We welcome you to this very exciting event, and especially for our friends who are joining us from outside of Tanzania, Karibuni sana, welcome to our beautiful country. We welcome you to the 5th Women Leadership Forum with the theme, The Contribution of Women in Leadership in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us, we're seeing a growing presence of women leaders on the continent in the political, the economic, and social spheres, which shows that we're recognizing that women in leadership are essential for driving organization success, for fostering innovation, and promoting economic growth. This increasing presence of women in leadership roles is reshaping industries, governments, and communities, making changes to structural policies, and steering the continent towards a more inclusive and sustainable future. When we look at the post-COVID world, it is now widely documented that women leaders in both the global north and the global south were particularly adept in crisis management and communication, and they were able to strike a balance between empathy and science with swift yet collaborative decision-making, helping people make sense of the pandemic. This is just one example. There are many. And today we'll explore and showcase the way in which women leaders are leading with impact. We'll hear opening remarks from key partners. We'll then have a keynote address where we'll hear from an outstanding African woman leader. After hearing remarks from our guests of honor, we will deep dive into the research findings for the Uongozi Institute study, The Contribution of Women in Leadership in Tanzania. This will set the stage for our 2 panels today, one which will discuss the transformative power of women in leadership roles, and the second panel, which will look to see how we can advance women into leadership roles, examining the results through policy and systems. And as you can see, this is a full day. It's a lot, but I can guarantee you it is an exciting one. And I can also guarantee you that you will leave here today with more knowledge, networks, and energy for women leadership in Africa than you came in with this morning. As I mentioned before, we do have translation services. We do have participants who are from outside Tanzania. Although this forum will be mainly conducted in English, during plenary and discussions, please do feel free to use whatever language you're most comfortable with, either Kiswahili or English. Both services are available. We do have translation services. And again, I'd like to acknowledge our online participants who, if there are any challenges, please find a way to alert us so we can make sure that you are all still connected and we are audible here in Tanzania. And again, for the online participants, karibuni sana. I would now like to introduce Mr. Kadari Singo, our Chief Executive Officer for the Uongozi Institute, to give us some welcoming remarks. Karibu sana, Mr. Singo.
I have to calm down myself because I'm in front of very strong women here. For you to make to this stage, because we had 2,000 and about 2009 applicants for this program. So if you made it here, you're among the strongest women around. So we are honored to have you here today. For some of you, this is your first, maybe a second day in Tanzania. The regional participants. Before I say anything, may you please rise, those regional participants who came out of Tanzania. Please, may you please rise. Regional participants. So those are our candidates from outside Tanzania. Later we are going to recognize you by your countries, and welcome to Tanzania, a peaceful and a very welcoming country. Enjoy yourself around here. Karibuni sana. So, Dr. Jingu, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Special Groups. Thank you for being with us this this morning. When I called you, you did not hesitate to say, I'll be there, and I'm sure I'll block everything, but I'll be there. Ambassador Begum, she's on her way. She just got in. Ambassador Begum, that's our vice chair of Uongozi's board. Ambassador Begum is our vice chair of Uongozi's board. She will be here with us today. Welcome. Your Excellency, Teresa Zwitting, Ambassador of Finland to Tanzania. Karibu. May you please rise. We can see you. And these are Uongozi's financing partners. We have Mr. Alessandro Pisani, representing the Ambassador of European Union delegation in Tanzania. Karibu sana. European Union, including Government of Finland, Government of Tanzania, are the ones who are funding this program. So whatever you see here, even the water you have in your tables, come from that funding. Asante sana. We have Ms. Catherine Gifford, Interim Country Representative of UN Women. Thank you very much. These are our implementing partners. Actually, we receive the funding from the EU through them. So thank you very much. Dr. Patricia Lavery, Country Manager, African FDB, African Development Group. She's not here yet. She'll be coming. I think she's on her way. And then we have Ms. Enedi Munthali and Benny Mwakibete, both of you, please, from the State House. These are the ones who are processing our budgets, our plans, everything. All the funding comes from them, from the State House. Thank you very much for being here today. Dr. Linda Nkube Nkomo, Chief Executive Officer, Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, and the keynote speaker for this forum. She will be on her way also. She had other engagements. I would like to recognize someone from Wits School of Governance, Dr. Telela Vika. You had her yesterday. Karibu sana. May you please rise. Can you rise, please? We just want to see you properly because I heard you gave a very good speech last night. Thank you very much for being with us today. And I will have a panelist who will be with us today here. It's good that we recognize you. Mr. Abdul Razak Badru, who is also the Commissioner of Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authority, Tanzania. Mr. Badru, karibu sana, also a schoolmate. And then we have Dr. Rosemary Nakijoba, Associate Professor and Dean of Faculty of Sciences, Arts and Humanities, Royal University of Uganda. She'll be with us in the afternoon in the panel discussion. We have Beatrice Charles, Chief Executive Officer, Leadership Foundation from Namibia. She'll be with us also this afternoon. We also have with us Professor Penina Mlama will join us later also because these panels are happening in the afternoon, so some of them will be coming in those panels only. Mr. Frank Nyabundege, who is also the Chief Executive Officer of the Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank. He will be joining us this afternoon also. Dr. Suma Kare, Team Leader, EU-funded Technical Assistance Project. Karibu sana. She'll be with us this afternoon in the panel discussion. Dr. Mzuri Issa, Executive Director, Tanzania Media Women Association. Some of these panel members will be joining us during the panel discussion. They have other engagements this morning. I would like to also recognize the cohorts. Cohort 7 of Women Leadership Program. May you please rise, all of you. Cohort 7. I can see you are delighted. You look brighter because some of you have been in class all week. You have more confidence than the first day I saw you. Okay, welcome. Welcome to our program, Cohort 7. Asanteni sana. We have Cohort 8 who are joining us today and will be starting their class tomorrow. Cohort 8, may you please rise. May you please rise. Now, you can obviously see they have not organized yet They didn't know how to start and how to cheer up, but you'll be doing this very soon. Can you cheer up a little bit, just like that what they did? Yeah. Very good. Nice to see you all. Okay, karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. So we have this is our fifth Women in Leadership Forum. We had 4 before. They happened here in Tanzania. We are planning one day this women leadership program will happen in one of those countries. For those who are coming from other countries, you can convince us to bring it there, but it will happen one day. All stakeholders of Uongozi Institute, I welcome you. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing, things are happening because there are people behind them. What is happening here is happening because there are people. So I would like to recognize now all the staff members of Uongozi to come up here, please. Real quick. Things are happening because this particular group, staff members and interns, please. And interns. Things are happening because there's a lot of work behind. You see yourself sitting in these tables. Someone had to sit here to arrange them last night. You see all the papers, the written documents, anything that is happening here. It's a lot of work that are happening behind closed doors. We are only 22, the entire institute, plus the support of about eight interns who are supporting us. These people do not sleep. I know it. Because I make phone calls at 2 o'clock in the morning, they will pick it up because they know something's not right. So they are working so hard. I really, really appreciate your hard work, although at the end of the day, the CEO gets the credit. Thank you very much. Karibuni. The CEO only knows how to blame, but he gets the credit. This morning, I want to share something real quick before we continue with our program. One of the things I want to share is how we end up with this program. First, we started with short courses. Then we recognized the need for having long-term programs or mid-long-term programs, 6 months to 1 year programs. We started with a postgraduate diploma in leadership, which is a 1 year program. Then we introduced Certificate in Leadership, a 6 months program. After that, we introduced a Women Leadership program in 2022. Postgraduate Diploma in 2017, then a Certificate program in 2020, then Women Leadership in 2022. Now, we are working hard. Mr. Tesua, who is Acting Director of Executive Education, and the team are working on a program called Emerging Leaders Program. We recognize the need to start working with these leaders at early stages before hawajaota pembe. In Swahili, I don't know what that means in Kiingereza. So you start with them at early stages so that they don't make mistakes along the way. So we start with them slowly. By the time they occupy leadership or decision-making positions, they are already built to occupy those positions in an effective manner. So, first, what is the aim of the Women Leadership Forum? It is part of our Women Leadership Program to dedicate to helping women advance into leadership roles. It also brings together African senior and emerging leaders to exchange ideas and share best practices to promote women inclusion in leadership roles. Why we bring other women leaders from other countries? We want as much as we can to share what they're experiencing in their countries and what we experience. That sharing give us the best practices and the challenges that we are facing. We see the commonalities in some of the areas. So that's very, very important. As I said before, this is our fourth since 2022. More than 600 participants or candidates have participated in this program. By the time we finish this program in May, when you graduate, if all of you graduate anyway, we'll be adding this number to 800, to 700, I mean, because you have 100 in this class. But this was one of our one of our leadership forum a couple of years ago. Some of our leadership programs in the panels you can see. It's a 6-month program, as you said before. It's tailor-made for mid-level and senior women leaders from all sectors. It allows them to navigate the unique leadership challenges that deter female professionals from occupying senior leadership positions in the workplace. One of the most important things is that the program includes 3 sections. Women Leadership Forum, that is happening today. Training, that the 7th cohort did already. And then you have coaching and what? Mentoring programs. The forum brings together political and business leaders to exchange ideas and share best practices to promote women's inclusion in their leadership roles. The training also hands in their particular participants' ability to manage their inner selves and others and harness resources. It includes 5 modules that are run over 6 consecutive days. I wish I had a clicker. The printings here in the computer are too small. And when I turn around, I'm away from the mic. So I'm confused here. I don't know which one to take. So when you see I'm stuttering, it's because I cannot read properly from the computer here, and the mic is far. Maybe I can sit on this side, and it will be better. Now, we have the coaching and mentoring sessions come after training and are aimed at accelerating individual growth. The duration is 5.5 months. All of you will be assigned to coaches. By the way, I'm happy to see Professor Penina Mlama. Professor Penina, may you please rise? Let me say something about Professor Penina Mlama. By the way, I was told you are not a professor, you are there's something behind that. What do you call it? Professor, can you tell me? Sorry? Huh? Emeritus professor. Professor Mlama is the one who pushed so hard for this to happen. This women leadership program came from so much push during the board meetings. She used to be our board member. And every time we sit in the board, she'll be yelling, women in leadership, women leadership, women leadership, women leadership. And we say, okay, we better do this so that we can be away from the noises. So we really appreciate this is happening because of some of the inputs from you. You'll be assigned to coaches. You'll be preparing your personal development plans, if not yet, but you've been told already. These ones will guide you and your coaches on how you are going to proceed with the coaching program. You'll be picking a mentor, I believe, and then you'll be given some guidance on how to work with your mentor throughout 6 months. The ones who are working hard and the ones who will qualify will graduate in May with us, in May 2026. Karibuni sana. From the past, from the research, it shows that only 22% of all national parliamentarians were female, and 11.3% increase from 1995. So only 22%. This we are talking about globally. These are global data. So only 22% of national parliamentarians. 11% of women. Only 11 women were serving as heads of state, and 13 were heads of government. 17% only of government ministers were women, most of whom were overseeing social sectors. 26 are women serving as heads of state and or government, implying that with this rate, it will take us 130 years for us to reach 50-50. 130 years with this pace. 21% of government ministers were women. 14 countries have achieved 50% or more of women in cabinets. The most held portfolios by women ministers ministers as of 2021. Caroline, you have a lot of work to do to update this data because these are 2021 data. We cannot use them 2025. Now we have to update them. The research and policy department, I'm giving you that challenge to help us update this. First, we have family, children, youth, elderly, and disabled, social affairs, environment, natural resources and energy, employment, labor and vocation training, women affairs, gender inequality. Trends of women leadership globally. It shows some of the countries have reached 50-50, including Nicaragua, Austria, Sweden, Belgium, Albania, Rwanda, Costa Rica, Canada, Andorra, France, Spain. Those have reached 50-50, and women are in leadership positions. The proportion of women in senior leadership positions by region, these were data from across the world. In Africa, we have 39%, Southeast Asia 38%, Latin America 36%. We have European Union 34%, North America 33%, Asia Pacific 28%. It shows also even the countries that are also pushing for the equality, they're also struggling with this. And I always speak with some leaders from these countries, some ambassadors and other officials. They say we're also struggling with the women equality, even in our countries. As far as we push it in Africa, we're also struggling with it. We have, in 1929, a business study was conducted by the Institute. And then this, the one which told us that we are supposed to start a women leadership program so that we can empower more women to occupy leadership positions. Leave this one for now. Why is our program different? Number one, it's customized for women, to women needs. We pick only strong candidates. That's why I say you are here, you are the strongest candidates we are able to pick among the list of 2009. We pick the strong candidates. Coaching and mentoring is important. Personal development plans, networking opportunities like this one. Make sure by the time you leave here, you have at least to network with 1 or 2 people who will help you or advance your leadership career. Helps participants discover their unique leadership style. Now, in this cohort, 8 cohorts have been enrolled. Each cohort consisted of 50 women leadership from all sectors. These numbers are not correct. We already have 600, we have 299 leaders from the first 6 cohorts have graduated. Only one, we're supposed to have 300. Only one dropped out for some health reasons. These are some of our graduation ceremonies. The lady on the upper left-hand corner, she was very, very pregnant at that time. I'm not sure what that means. So she was graduating, but she was pregnant. She was expecting within a few months. And you can see these are some of the graduation photos. They're continuing here. We want to see you dressing like this in May of 2026, all of you here. Can you clap even for that, please? All of you, miss all of you. And then those are graduation photos continue. Cohorts 1 and 2 had 100 mid-level senior women leaders from across Tanzania. Those are some of the classroom activities taking place. Cohort 3 and 4 also had 100. And then cohorts 5 and 6, which was last year, 100 women leaders. And then today we have cohorts 7 and 8. We expect 100 also to graduate. We are looking forward to this program. We are looking forward to have you. And Maria, where's Maria? Can you come up here, please? Can you tell me where are those women leaders from outside Africa they are from? Do you remember the countries? I want to recognize them country by country. Can you tell me, okay, number 1? Okay, Kenya, may you please rise from Kenya? And you can clap for them, please. Kenya, very, very good. Next one. Ethiopia, please. Ethiopia. Welcome to Tanzania. Next.
Botswana.
Botswana. Very, very good. Another one.
Cameroon.
Cameroon.
Rwanda.
Rwanda.
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
South Africa.
South Africa.
Namibia.
Namibia. Namibia, not here. Okay, next.
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Eswatini.
Eswatini.
Gambia.
Gambia.
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone.
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
That's all.
Thank you very
15
much.
countries.
But I should say that we had applicants from the United States who applied for this program. Applicants from Europe somewhere. I believe these are diasporas who live out there. But then I want to recognize, if you cross the waters, you're supposed to be recognized. The ones from, yes? From Zambia. Oh, you forgot. I'm glad you came up. Zambia. Very, very good. Okay. Karibu sana. But if you cross the water, you're supposed to be recognized. The ones who cross the water from Zanzibar, please. May you please rise. Zanzibar. Zanzibar. Very, very good. Okay, who came from the farthest from Dar es Salaam? Someone from Kigoma here? Anyone from Kigoma? Oh, one from Kigoma over there. Someone from Mwanza? Mwanza? No? Tabora? Okay, Dodoma. So many of those. Okay, karibuni sana katika from yetu. I'm going to play a video. These are some of our partners, as I said before, Government of Finland, Tanzania, European Union, and then we have our partners, UN Women. This year, we were able to engage Yale University. You know, Yale University is one of the most recognizable, prestigious institutions in the world. Yale University will be a part of this program from this year on. And we are very, very happy to have Yale University. They recorded a short clip to say something to you. I'm sure it's read out there, but Mramba, where are you? Your computer showed me a message that it's going to crash right now because of the battery charge. So you better do something on it before you're in trouble. You better connect something here quick. Where's Mramba?
Help.
Missing in action. Computer yako imeonyesha una battery hapa, charge itakufa wakati wote. So we are going to play a video quick from Yale University, then another video, a 15-year anniversary video from Uongozi Institute. I'll start with this one. But Mramba, can you come and connect us, please? Sorry. So I'm told everything is on that side, so I'm going to have a seat and enjoy myself too. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Greetings. From New Haven, Connecticut. Greetings from New Haven, Connecticut. My name is Kavita Bindra, Assistant Dean of Executive Education at the Yale School of Management. It's an honor to speak with you today, even from afar, and to celebrate the important work taking place here at the 5th Women's Leadership Forum. On behalf of Yale SOM, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Uongozi Institute and all the partners who have made this gathering possible. The forum's theme, the contribution of women to leadership in Africa, could not be more timely or more critical. Across history, women have shaped communities, economies, and governance. And today we see inspiring examples of women presidents, prime ministers, business leaders, and parliamentarians across Africa who are redefining what leadership looks like. These leaders embody qualities of empathy, resilience, and collaboration that are essential for sustainable progress. The conversations taking place at this forum about leadership attributes, policies, and systems that reduce barriers reflect challenges and opportunities that matter globally. At Yale SOM, we believe that leadership is strongest when it's inclusive and when it bridges business and society. We're deeply aligned with the vision at the heart of this convening. I'm especially inspired by the broader women's leadership program that surrounds this event, with its integration of training, coaching, mentoring, and research. By investing in both mid-career and senior women leaders, the program is building capacity not only for individuals, but also for the networks and institutions that enable lasting impact. Looking ahead, we at Yale SOM are eager to explore ways to partner with you. Together, we can create opportunities for exchange, collaboration, and innovation that deepen the pipeline of women leaders across Africa and beyond. So let me close by congratulating each of you. By participating in this forum, you're advancing an agenda of inclusion, resilience, and transformation. Your work is shaping a future that is more equitable and more prosperous for all. Congratulations on this milestone, and I look forward to what we'll build together in the years to come. Thank you.
Happy 15th anniversary Uongozi Institute.
Hyvää 15-vuotis syntymäpäivää Uongozi-instituutti.
Félicitations, Institut d'Uongozi, pour leur 15e anniversaire.
And in Irish, Canary and Borliv.
Heri ya miaka 15 taasisi ya uongozi.
Years is a long time, and perhaps going even longer back to history, the whole idea and the cooperation between Finland and Tanzania started with the so-called Helsinki process. It was an initiative taken by Tanzania and Finland together to establish a forum for dialogue on sustainable development and globalization.
I was working with President Mkapa. I was personal assistant to President Mkapa when they began discussing this idea with the President of Finland, Tarja Halonen. And then the idea was, how do we get the ideas that came out of that process? And then they said, I think we need capacity building for leadership, for sustainable development.
And from that grew the inspiration to establish together the Uongozi Institute for Sustainable Development and African Leadership.
The vision of the Uongozi Institute is be a center of excellence for leadership development in the African continent. Leadership that has the capacity to identify needs and challenges, as well as the capacity to lead the people of Africa in responding effectively to those challenges. It is my sincere wish that this institute will rise to the occasion and help African leaders acquire those virtues.
There's nothing you can do in this world, no institution, no country, no family that can survive without good leadership. What makes things happen at any level of the society has a lot to do with the leadership.
Uongozi came at a time when there was a vacuum as regards higher level training.
Uongozi Institute has filled the gap that was existing. You would find some institutions were either inclined to the party or focused on a certain aspect.
I think the Institute has been able to create interest in the area of leadership development. I can recall coming from 700 participants annually to almost 4,000 participants annually.
The number of leaders who have gone through their trainings, that is a huge achievement.
Tukianzia na mawaziri, makatibu wakuu, wakuu wa mikoa, wakuu wa wilaya.
The other thing, the quality. The clients and the participants to the trainings, they are always very satisfied, and you can you get evidence from many evaluations that have been done.
And one of the things that make me extremely happy is when I move around Tanzania and I meet people, maybe in a supermarket, and Shikamoo, but I say, how are you? So, I was in that program of Uongozi Institute, and you came and talked to us. And everyone you see, everyone who has passed through our program, they have very good things to say about them. A number of them attribute their career advancement to the training that we provided them.
In 2017, we saw the need for having long-term programs. So in collaboration with Aalto University of Finland, we introduced the postgraduate diploma in leadership. Then once that program worked very well, we saw the need to do another program that allows other candidates who cannot come to our classes face-to-face. So we introduced a certificate in leadership program. We also work with Aalto University of Finland for this program. We also introduced another program that was a women leadership program.
Last graduation that you had, which was the first for me to attend, and it was really impressive, especially to see so many women graduating in the Women in Leadership program, but also to see from the neighboring countries.
Joy and pride of the students receiving their diplomas, their certificates, they bear the testimony of the importance of the Institute.
We are also working right now on another program that is called Emerging Leaders Program. And this will make about 4 long-term programs.
The thing that impresses me most is the dedication of the Institute to learning and development for young leaders in Tanzania and the region more generally.
It's the ESSA competition that comes with the Africa Leadership Forum. It gives young people a platform to have a say in how Africa should look like, or Africa should be like.
The African Leadership Forum. The forum has really helped the Institute to be recognized at the regional level. And in that case, we are fulfilling the mandate or the vision of the Institute.
I was privileged to attend the African Leadership Forum in Ghana in 2023. It was attended by around 9 retired presidents and heads of state. The discussion was based on agriculture, agribusiness. What struck me most was for the youth to see how they can really use or take agriculture as a means of bettering their livelihoods.
The work also that the Institute does in terms of research in critical areas for sustainable development that feed into the policy-making process. We're fulfilling our responsibility also of being an advisor to governments.
For instance, we have been engaging in providing a technical support to the standard gauge railway project. And we are doing quite a number of technical support and research there.
The memory that comes in my mind is actually the launch event of the memoirs of the late President Ali Hassan Mwinyi.
I think that one was exciting because it reflected on our very difficult path as a country, the path that also himself as a leader went through. Keeping memoirs is very important. It's keeping history.
Inspiring, empowering, and transformation.
Force for change.
Uongozi Institute is an institute which is really unique, not only in Tanzania, but also at the continental level.
We were established to be an African institute, not a Tanzanian institute. And that's why you see that even our board is international board. So it helps us to bring in the perspectives and experiences of other countries so that we can design programs that are relevant to other African countries.
We have come a long way. We have served well the government of Tanzania. We have served well some of the stakeholders from the region. Now we have engaged a lot with other regional institutions like SADC, FTA, UNECA, and we see Uongozi as becoming a reputable regional institution in the next 15 years, especially in leadership for sustainable development.
Much for always being supporters of Uongozi Institute. For those who wish to follow this event live from Uongozi Institute and many more, please follow us through our YouTube page. So if you can search Uongozi Institute, that way you'll also be able to follow this event. And to follow our digital channel from Instagram, Uongozi Institute, Flickr for all Uongozi events, and LinkedIn, etc., etc. So that is also our attempts to ensure that all that we do, all that Uongozi does, is amplified. I would now like to welcome Ms. Catherine Gifford, Country Representative of UN Women Tanzania, to give us a few remarks. Karibu sana.
Dr. John Jingu, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women and Special Groups. Ambassador Begum Taj, Vice Chairperson, Uongozi Institute's Board of Directors. Your Excellency, Teresa Ziding, Ambassador of Finland and Tanzania. Mr. Kadari Singu, Chief Executive Officer, Uongozi Institute. Mr. Alessandro Pisani, representing the Ambassador of the European Union Delegation in Tanzania, Dr. Patricia Laverly, Country Manager, African Development Bank Group, Tanzania, Ms. Ened Montali, and then Mwaki Bete, representatives from the State House, Dr. Linda Mukube Nkumo, Chief Executive Officer, Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, and the keynote speaker for this forum. Panelists of the forum, facilitators and coaches of the Women's Leadership Program, cohorts 7 and 8 of the Women's Leadership Program, all stakeholders of Uongozi Institute represented here, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, habari za asubuhi, and good morning to you all. And as we're speaking about women's leadership, and we've heard about emerging women's leadership, I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to be shadowed today by a young woman as part of the Girls Take Over program, Umi Mohammed. And she's shadowing me today, and so I'm going to give her the opportunity to start our remarks. So I'm going to turn over to Umi for a moment, and then I'll come back.
I feel here like a UN woman presenter, and like a part for Plan International Girl Who Take Over. It is pleasure to be here with you all today. Special formal for the about something close of my heart, woman leadership as young Zanzibar, Tanzania, and African woman stand before you. I'm proud to be part of a generation that already leaders change in community to beyond, showing that with determination can turn process transformation in reality through our country. I'm also very grateful to have opportunity to participate in woman leadership formats. Special we can be together to share the idea, celebrate the program, and ask important questions. How do we make woman contribution to the leadership even great? And how do we ensure that very woman and every girl not just those are big citizens or high position, but those is very concerned to content, had the chance to shape decision to be here and fulfill for the petition. My hope if this formula will be helpful reflection from deeply on those questions and inspiring to keep working together toward a future wherever woman and every girl has equal opportunity to shape decision, claim passion, and reaction for the position. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Umi. It's a delight to have you with us. So young women like Umi remind us that the future of leadership is already taking shape today in classrooms and communities, in governance bodies and boardrooms, and at platforms like this one. Women in Africa have long led with vision, resilience, and impact. And today, we are witnessing a powerful and continuing shift as more countries recognize and elevate the power and potential of women's leadership. From Tanzania and Namibia, the only two African nations currently led by women presidents, to countless other examples within government, business, academia, and civil society, we are reminded time and again that women lead, and when they lead effectively. In Rwanda, where women hold the majority of parliament, and we heard about that earlier, female leadership has helped advance national policies to eliminate gender-based violence and ensure public budgets prioritize health, education, and social protection. And many of these same efforts are taking place here in Tanzania and across the continent. In the business world, studies have demonstrated that companies led by women are increasingly recognized for stronger corporate governance, higher returns on investment, and inclusive workplace cultures. Across industries, evidence has shown us that inclusive leadership contributes to better decisions, stronger institutions, and more resilient economies. Yet, the current reality is that women are still underrepresented in decision-making in nearly every sector, where structural barriers, persistent discriminatory norms, and unequal access to resources and networks continue to limit women's leadership journey. That is why this forum is so timely. It invites us not only to examine the unique contributions women bring to leadership, but also to ask, what systems, policies, and cultural shifts are required to fully support and sustain women in those roles. We must go beyond representation to focus on how women are leading with impact and how we can ensure that that impact is recognized, nurtured, and amplified. Let me take this moment to congratulate the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for its unwavering commitment to advancing women's leadership and inclusive governance and ensuring that women have access to the knowledge, tools, and the enabling environment needed to lead effectively and participate meaningfully
in decision-making processes. I also, yeah, we should clap for that. Thank you. I also wish to express deep appreciation to Finland and to the European Union for the steadfast support to gender equality in Tanzania and for investing in transformational change through the promotion of women's leadership. We are very proud of our ongoing partnership with Uongozi Institute, supported by the EU through a 4-year initiative on advancing women's leadership in the public and private sector, which supports the implementation of Uongozi Institute's Women's Leadership Program, and has enabled hundreds, as we've heard, of women to enhance their leadership skills. And there are more coming through the cohorts who are here today. At UN Women, we believe that women's leadership is not a women's issue. It is a development imperative and fundamental to building more accountable institutions, stronger economies, and more peaceful societies. Our commitment is to continue driving progress by removing barriers, amplifying women's voices, and strengthening systems that sustain inclusive leadership. As we engage in rich conversations today and moving forward, I hope that we can draw from our collective experiences and share determination to move the needle forward and leave this forum not only inspired, but equipped to drive transformation in our countries, our institutions, and our communities. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catherine Gifford. And I would just like to emphasize your point in terms of moving the needle forward, right? And I think that really should be almost our own hashtag for this event. I like it, moving the needle forward. On behalf of the CEO, I would like to acknowledge a few people in the room, our facilitators for the WLP. Cohort 7, you've already met them. Cohort 8, you will be meeting them. I would like to first recognize Professor Linda Mhando, if you could kindly stand up. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Suma Kare, who's more than just a facilitator. She's our friend and our sister. And last but definitely not least, my hair twin, we call ourselves, Miss Shanta Nagedram. So these are just a few of the WLP facilitators. They're incredible women. They're friends to Uongozi. They've been supportive of the WLP since the inception, and they continue to be pillars in the program. So cohort 8, really brace yourself. You'll be meeting amazing women. So in the spirit of moving the needle forward, I would now like to call up again our partner and our friend to Uongozi, Ambassador Teresa Zitting, who's the ambassador of Finland in Tanzania, to also give us some brief remarks. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Habari za asubuhi. So PS John Singo, Minister for Community Development, Gender, Women, and Special Groups. Dear Ambassador Begum, Vice Chair of the Uongozi Institute Board of Directors, and Mr. Kadari. Good morning, sisters. It was such a nice surprise to see the Uongozi Institute short presentation there. And I think it went through a little bit of the background that we have between Finland and Tanzania. We share a long partnership, Finland and Tanzania. It goes back 60 years. And over the years, we have had cooperation in very many sectors. But one focus sector has always been the support for gender equality, to support women's economic participation, support the basic human rights of women, which includes also anti-GFM, anti-child marriage, but especially support to women's leadership. On our history, you saw that it was a process that started long ago between our presidents, and the Institute was established 15 years ago. It was a result of the Helsinki process of globalization and democracy, as we heard in our video. And it was a joint initiative that started already 23 years ago. And the idea was to establish a broad platform to strengthen North-South dialogue. And many questions were addressed in that North-South dialogue. And somehow I believe we still would need such a North-South dialogue. But one specific question that came up then was to build training capacity for African leaders, not only Tanzania, but more largely. And the fantastic institute was created. So we are very happy on behalf of Finland, my government, to see that the work of the institute has broadened over the time. And it includes training of leaders from the government, from the private sector, civil society leaders, and also academia. And the Institute provides very high quality training that some of you have already benefited from and some have ahead of you. And I have also had the opportunity during my 3 years I have now been in Tanzania as an ambassador, having met many people who have participated in the uongozi courses in various leadership positions. Aha, Finland, uongozi, I was there. And that is a very good concrete result of the courses uongozi has provided. And especially on the Women's Leadership Program, very proud. It empowers senior or emerging female leaders to gain leadership positions, as we heard. And in 3 years, I understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong, nearly 300 have graduated, and now there will be 100 more coming up. And the program, in my view, it gives skills, it gives leadership, and it also wants to create equal opportunities. However, when I think about the equal opportunities, we of course also have to think of the broader structures in our societies. And then there are some questions that sometimes hinder the women to grow from an early stage to leaders, such as something that I'm thinking about is, for example, free daycare. If women are taking care of the children for very many years, of course, those years may fall off the leadership career. But we are not here to think about those things today. My personal reflection, if I may share with you from my own background, is that when we step into our leadership roles, we mainly need to compete with ourselves. We need to perhaps nurture our own positive qualities and be then a strong interest in research or innovations, be it an interest in human resources, how to develop those, be it then an interest in community development, in communication, or in arts, and so forth. But in order to do that, we need, of course, to know ourselves and to have this passion and allow ourselves to be creative. And we also need perseverance. This is something in Finland that we call sisu. It's a short word, written S-I-S-U. And this means that to be determined, to go through hard rock if it's needed, and not to be afraid to fail. If unsuccessful once, we stand up and then we try again and never give up. But with these few words, I want to wish good luck to you all in your leadership careers. Asante na bahati nzuri.
Thank you, Ambassador Teresa. I think that was a direct translation, huh? Bahati nzuri. Thank you for those words and reminding us from your own personal experience that we have to nurture the self, nurture the qualities that we have within. We have to be perseverant, we have to persevere, and we have to go through hard work and not be afraid of failure. That you get up, you fail, you get up, and you start again. With that, I'll now like to call up Mr. Alessandro Pisani, the Program Officer, Economics, European Union Delegation in Tanzania, to also give us a few remarks. Karibu sana, Mr. Alessandro.
Thank you. I think I will take a shortcut. There's so many important people, so I will just say all protocol observed. And Hamjambo. So I think I'm restoring some gender balance here with some few men over there. So just to say that I'm representing the EU ambassador, who's also a woman, by the way. And I'm very happy to join you here today at this 5th Women's Leadership Forum, which marks another important milestone in our collective effort to ensure that gender equality remains at the forefront of Tanzania, but also Africa development agenda. And of course, globally, we have seen progress in this area. The president of this beautiful country, of course, is a woman. My own country, where I'm from, Italy, for the very first time has elected a female prime minister. And of course, within the institutions of the European Union, which I represent, we have the 3 very important roles of President of the European Commission, EU Parliament, and European Central Bank. They are currently all held by women. But as we have seen at I think that there is still a very long way to go. I think we have seen it a couple of weeks ago. I think it was at the United Nations General Assembly, where apparently only 12% of the speakers who took the floor were women. So I think we can all agree that more efforts are needed in this area, and I guess that is why we are here today. So maybe just to say a bit on what the EU has been doing in this area to promote greater representation by women in decision-making roles. We have partnered with the ministries responsible for gender, both in Tanzania mainland and in Zanzibar, in the context of the Breaking the Glass Ceiling program, which is one of the EU biggest gender actions in the world, actually, at the moment. So it is in this context that we have also, of course, partnered with the Uongozi Institute, UN Women, to promote this joint Government of Tanzania EU initiative, which aims to remove barriers to women's participation, promote women's leadership, as we've said, and economic empowerment, as well as countering gender-based violence. And this is in line with the aspirations set out in the National Gender and Women Development Policy, as well as other strategies and plans, like, for instance, the Vision 2050, which was approved in recent times. And this partnership also reflects the EU's Global Gateway Strategy. This is our approach to investing in people, promoting equal opportunities, and fostering inclusive growth. Anyway, I see that one of the panelists is Dr. Suma, so probably later on she will be telling you more about the work that we've been doing in this area. For instance, to inspire young girls to become leaders in Tanzania. I think everything has already been said about the program itself. so I will not repeat, but maybe allow me to just finish by saying a big hongera to this initiative. Congratulations, and I wish everybody a very productive event on this very important agenda. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Tunashukuru sana Mr. Alessandro na tunaona Kiswahili chako kimenyoka kidogo. Asante. So with those remarks, we're heading into our keynote address, but I'd just like to again emphasize the regionality of this forum, of the program, the WLP, and of Uongozi Institute. So in my count, we had 14 countries. We have Cameroon, Botswana, Rwanda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Lesotho, Zambia, and of course, our sisters from across the ocean, Zanzibar, yes? So we truly are seeing Uongozi taking its place, center stage, as a regional institution, as per the mandate of Uongozi, as per the design and the thinking and the dreams of Uongozi. And now we're seeing participants coming to Tanzania, as opposed to what we were used to doing was what we always had to look outside of Tanzania. When we thought of training programs, we thought of long-term initiatives to empower women, incapacitate us. We always were looking outside of our own country. But so we must really take pride in Uongozi Institute and what they're building and what they're doing in terms of really ensuring that we have regional representation and that Uongozi Institute truly is a regional institute. So with that, the keynote address is going to do exactly that. It's going to give us experiences from the region. And we have with us Dr. Linda Nkube-Nkomo, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund in South Africa. And she will be giving us this address online. And so please do sit back and enjoy the experiences that you will hear from Dr. Nkomo.
Habari, Dumelang, Mangwanani, Sanbonani, Bonjour, good morning. And I've tried to do the best that I could with all the languages that I know are in the room today. Good morning, distinguished leaders and partners who believe in the leadership of women in Africa and globally. It is an honor to be with you today, although virtually. I would have loved to have been in the room, making eye contact with you, reading your body language to see whether what I'm saying lands or whether I'm just waffling on. But be as it may, I'm here and I'm very honored to join you in Dar es Salaam for the 5th Women's Leadership Forum. I want to thank the organizers for bringing us together. I want to thank them for inviting me to be part of this program. This is an important gathering, and I wish to salute each one of you, leaders from government, from business, from academia, from the civil societies, and the 100 exceptional women from cohort 7 and 8 of the Women's Leadership Program. This forum is more than just an event. It is a platform for creating and co-creating the Africa that we want through our collective leadership. It's a bold statement that the future of Africa cannot and will not be written without women being at the center of leadership across all spheres of society. As an African proverb reminds us, when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. But why does women in leadership matter? Why is it important that we have platforms like these where women can be developed? First and foremost, really a no-brainer is that it's a human rights issue, that all people be treated equally, whether in workplaces or in societies as a whole. As long as a person is a human being, there's a certain level of dignity that needs to be accorded to them simply because they are a human being. But it's also a sustainable development requirement. If we look at the Sustainable Development Goals that are required for us to have a sustainable world, 5 of those goals would be met if we could get gender equality right. And by gender equality, I'm talking about creating equal access to education, economic opportunities, as well as political opportunities to girls and then ultimately to women. The message is clear. When women lead, societies flourish. How then would you say society's flourishing is linked to the development of women? I work in the development sector. And one of the things that I have seen is the difference that a woman who is economically active makes in the life of her children. When a woman is economically active and is expecting a baby, we know that she's got adequate nutrition for that baby to be born a normal birth weight. We know that she's got access to medical care so that the well-being of both the in utero baby and the mother can be taken care of right through the journey of pregnancy. And when she ultimately delivers that baby, we know that that baby has got a better chance of being a normal birth weight. And when the baby is a normal birth weight and has got access to adequate nutrition, we know that they are able to meet their developmental milestones, both physically and cognitively, which is what they need to be able to cope with the demands of the schooling system. When a woman has been empowered, children not only have then the maximum potential to meet their developmental milestones, be well nourished, given access to quality health care and education, they are well prepared for decent work and economic participation throughout their lives. Clearly, having women in leadership is a developmental imperative that needs all hands on deck. In addition to this being a critical requirement for global development, having women in leadership is also necessary for business. In 2012, Professor Klaus Schwab, who is the chairperson of the World Economic Forum, said the following words, and I quote, "The key for the future of any country and institution is to have the capability to develop, retain, and attract the best talent. Women make up half of the world's human capital. Empowering and educating girls and women and leveraging their talent and leadership fully in the global economy, politics, and society are thus fundamental elements of succeeding and prospering in an ever-competitive world. In particular, with talent shortages projected to become even more severe in much of the developed and developing world, maximizing access to female talent is a strategic imperative for business." And I close quote. So it's not just a human rights issue. It's also about business strategy and survival. So what is it that from a strategic perspective, organizations can get when they have got women in the top echelons of management within their structures? We see enhanced creativity and innovation from a wide range of ideas and perspectives, leading to innovative solutions to challenges. Have you ever thought about the fact that for the most time in the fast-moving consumer goods, women are the ones who make the purchasing decision? Now, imagine if we had them around the rooms where decisions around products are being discussed. We would increase our potential from a market perspective because we would have the consumer right in the room with us. We would have a broader perspective on a wide range of issues, leading to better decision making. And our human capital would be chosen from a bigger pool. So if you think about it, right now, with the limitations to women in leadership that exist, it means that the human capital that we're tapping into is from a much smaller pool than we would be tapping if we had a bigger number of people that have been capacitated to take positions of leadership. And who doesn't want the best talent in their organization? So it makes sense that we should be increasing that talent pool. And if women make more than 0.5% of the world's human capital, we are potentially shortchanging ourselves by undermining that half of the human capital. So in addition, studies have shown us what we already know, that diverse leadership delivers stronger results. A McKinsey study found that companies with greater gender diversity at executive level are 25% more likely to achieve above average profitability. And who doesn't want to give that kind of return to their shareholders? Similarly, research by the International Labour Organization shows that nearly 3/4 of businesses with gender-balanced leadership report improved performance, creativity, and reputation. Studies have also shown us that organizations where all people have a sense of belonging have more engaged staff and a reduced turnover of staff. And we also know the cost of employing people is astronomical, from trying to find the right talent to capacitating them to get to understand the organization. So why not create an organization where when people come in, they thrive and want to spend as much time there as is possible? So clearly, gender diversity in leadership is not just good for women, it's good for everybody. It's a competitive advantage. Clearly, gender diversity in leadership is not just good for women, it is good for everyone. It's a competitive advantage. When we have women come into the room with their transformational leadership styles that are collaborative, that are inclusive and community-driven, we are able to reflect that African philosophy of Ubuntu that says, I am because we are. This is the kind of leadership that builds trust, strengthens institutions, and drives sustainable change. And in a continent as diverse and dynamic as Africa, it's exactly the leadership that we need to navigate the complex challenges that we face. A leader once said, the rise of women is not about replacing men. The rise of women is not about replacing men. It is about creating a culture where all talents, male or female, or even non-conforming, can flourish. So we need to bear that in mind as we move along, talking about what leadership in Africa should look like. That is not about one gender cannibalizing the other. It's about both genders in the room with their voices fully heard, fully valued, fully respected. What's the story that we can tell as Africa when it comes to leadership? Well, it's a powerful one. when it comes to women in political leadership. We, as a continent, have given the world examples of women breaking through the highest of glass ceiling, that of being number one in the country and being addressed as Her Excellency. From Liberia to Malawi to Ethiopia, and currently Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, there in Tanzania, we are showing our children, both boys and girls alike, what is possible. Politically, women in Africa hold about 25% of the parliamentary seats across the continent. And we need to thank Rwanda for that, because Rwanda has got 61% of its parliament composed of women. And I think you should join me in applauding Rwanda for that mean feat. It's not only the highest representation on the continent, it's the highest representation in the world. And I think in the room, let's engage with our colleagues from Rwanda to understand what did they do to get the model right. But following closely are South Africa, Namibia, Senegal, and Mozambique, who are globally among the top 20 for female representations in parliament. Now, if this isn't proof that Africa can be a trailblazer in gender equity in politics, I don't know what is. I would love to be able to say the corporate story is just as impressive, but unfortunately it's not. And I think if we are able to admit to ourselves that we've got a problem when it comes to corporate, we then can be able to start working towards the solution. So in the corporate world, we're seeing African women leading banks, global corporations and startups, with thousands of women entrepreneurs shaping our economies through innovation in fintech, in agri-tech, and the creative industries. These women are just not participating. They are setting the pace. They are redefining leadership and proving every day that their contributions are indispensable. Now, while these strides are impressive, when it comes to the actual numbers, women hold only 8.5% of CEO positions in Africa. And when we look at listed company boards, that number is only sitting at about 14%. So there's a lot of work to be done if we are to close the gap. And the women in the lower levels of organizations need to see representation in the boards at the executive level for them to know that it can be done. So we need to increase our numbers and show the impact that we can make, not only in politics, but also in the private sector as well. As we would know, for every story of a successful woman, there are countless women facing immense barriers to their leadership journeys. Cultural expectations often dictate that the woman's place is in the home. So girls should be raised to get married and have children and raise homes. And that the professional ambition should take a backseat. I know about that because I was raised in a broader family structure where people constantly asked my father, why are you investing so much in girl children when they'll only get married and work for other people? And my father, who was ahead of his time, would be so consistent in his answer and say, I'm educating my girls so they can be able to stand on their own 2 feet. And so for me, it's just an example of how the gender conversations need to start at home. If they're starting in platforms like these, we've left it too late. And so the women leadership conversations need to be embraced and integrated into how we're raising our children and framing possibilities for them. We need to be raising girls and boys who are given the sky and beyond as possibilities without being told that girls are not good at maths, without being told that science is not for girls, without being told that, well, a girl can be a nurse, but the boy must be a doctor, or a girl can be the flight attendant, but the boy must be a pilot. We need to do away with all those kind of narratives. And if those are the books that your children are reading, where they've got photographs of girls in nurses' uniforms and boys with stethoscopes, we need to then redefine the education system and have an education system that says as long as you work hard, you can be whatever you want to be. But back in the home, let's have them do chores equally and not have gender as a limitation to what they can achieve. Leadership continues to be framed as a male domain, with women who aspire to these roles being called too aggressive. But when it's a man, he's very ambitious. Women face double standards where assertiveness in men is applauded, but in women it's criticized. And those biases we need to be constantly looking out for and calling them out when they're happening, and not hoping that people will realize that there has been a language bias in the workplaces, in the home, in the communities, because we operate with blind spots. And sometimes you need somebody to say to you, why do you say it's aggression when it's a man speaking, and you call it something else when it's a woman speaking? We need to have people who can call it out when it's happening in our presence, that can ask the question, why do you call it aggressive when it is a woman that is speaking, but you're calling it as assertive when it is a man who is speaking? In the workplace itself, we still see unequal treatment of men and women. Every single year, a report is produced that talks about the gender pay parity. And if we were able to close that pay parity, it would make such a massive improvement in economies across the world. And so I want to ask the question, what do your remuneration policies look like? If we were to download your payroll, would we see equal pay for equal work? Or would we see differences, in this case defined by gender? Because those are some of the barriers that we see in workplaces. We see limited promotion opportunities. We see vacancies being discussed at a pub after hours when women are at home taking care of their children, but men are out drinking together and talking about the next job vacancy that's coming up. And then we see that invisible glass ceiling, that barrier that has been researched for years, that shows us that in most organizations, at entry level, the numbers of men and women coming into the system are more or less the same. But the higher up you go, the less the woman that you find. And then when you get to the apex of the organization, when you get to the executive suite, it's very rare to find women. And where you do find them, they are not the ones who are driving where this organization is going. They are not the ones that are making the critical decisions. We find them in the support structures or in the support departments of the organization. So we need to be asking ourselves, to what extent in our organizations, in our countries, is there a glass ceiling that needs to be crashed through? Access to education in women continues to be a barrier that causes the lack of numbers that we see at executive level, and the lack of strong professional networks and mentors keep a lot of women locked out of executive suites. And perhaps one of the most significant challenges that women face is the double shift, the shift that they work in the workplace and the shift that they get into when they get home, where they must make sure that the food has been cooked, the homework has been done, children are ready for bed, and the man in the home is either at the pub or he's flipping channels on the TV station. In addition to that double shift, workplace policies that remain inflexible, where women can't get time to go and look after their children, where they don't get proper maternity leave, childcare support is inadequate, and those policies force women to make difficult decisions between professional and personal aspirations. The more progressive countries have now introduced menopause leave to cater for women who are middle-aged like myself, going through menopause and where we're experiencing brain fog and our bodies and our hormones are all over the show. They have put in their workplace policies that leave to enable women to take care of themselves. Zambia is a first that I know of that we can applaud that has got menstrual leave. Once a month, referred to as Mother's Day, women can just stay at home and take care of themselves during their menstrual cycle because a lot of women suffer during that time of the month. We can't blame systemic barriers for all that women face because some of the barriers that we face in workplaces are our own internal stuff that we need to be dealing with. That imposter syndrome that makes you think you're not good enough, sister, my sister in the room, I want to tell you, you are good enough. You wouldn't be sitting in that room if you were not good enough. So when that imposter syndrome pops up its head and says you're going to get found out, remember what you have achieved so far in your workplace. Be careful about deauthorizing yourself. You've been given the responsibility and the authority to be there. Act on that authority. Make the hard decisions. Go and cry at home, but come back and be the leader that is expected of you, because leadership does not come without you having made hard decisions. It does not come without you having failed at some things. So when you do fail, learn from the failure, pick yourself up, and move on. And don't forget the importance of networks. It would be remiss of me to not talk about the world in which we are now leading as women, both in Africa and abroad. We've moved from leading in a world that was volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous to a world where people are brittle, where people are anxious all the time, where the decision-making is no longer linear. And who can make sense of the world today? It's incomprehensible. And what that is going to require of us as leaders is to take care of ourselves. We can't afford to be pouring from empty cups. We've got to be pouring from cups that are full. We've got to be making sure that we're getting adequate rest. Firm yourself up spiritually. You can't afford not to have an anchor that you hold on to during tough times. But having said that, there's still a lot to be done and a role for all of us to play. And so to the governments in the room, you need to enact and enforce policies to ensure women's equal representation in government. But once those policies have been made to the organizational leaders, these can't just be tick box exercises. They can't be a Bible that sits on a shelf gathering dust. They must be implemented with the belief that women leadership is a strategic objective of any organization, of any community, of any country that needs to thrive. To my sisters in the room, be the leaders of today and tomorrow and the creators of the next generation of leaders. Own your space, build networks of solidarity. This platform allows you to have a sisterhood that is continental, and technology allows us to connect from different countries. Use that, mentor the next generation, and learn from them. Don't wait for the permission to lead. You're already there. And then to the men in the room, we can't do this if you are not using your platforms to advocate for gender equality, not as charity, but as justice and a sound strategy for Africa's growth. So in closing, I would like to start the way to end the way I started. This forum, it would be a tragedy if it's just an event. It's a platform for creating and co-creating the Africa that we want through our collective leadership. So let's lead with that value of humanity, defining all the decisions that we'll be taking. In every African language, let's use that word, Ubuntu, and let it define the decisions that we make. Let's lead with courage. Courage to stop the corruption and the looting of our continent, while we turn a blind eye and close our ears to what we know is going on. Let's lead with empathy. If ever there was a time that this world needed empathetic leaders, it is now. And let us lead with the knowledge that we are the women that Africa has been waiting for. And when women lead, Africa wins. Merci beaucoup. Ngiyabonga. Datenda hangu. I wish you all a blessed rest of the program, and thank you for your time today. Habari?
That go back to echo our hashtag that we created this morning in terms of what we need to do to move the needle forward. And we can add another one to that, hashtag all hands on deck. Yes, because we need both men and women. Women in leadership is a development imperative. Women in leadership is a strategic business move. I think we all understand that. But again, we have to start at home. They must also wash dishes. It's not only the girls to wash the dishes in the house. Untapped pool of women. And so this program, Wongozi's program, is really working towards increasing that pool of women. Again, networks, mentorship. We have 299 now, single. We have 299 already. So with you, cohort 7, cohort 8, we'll be up to 399. So you already have a pool of women to gain strength from and ultimately to work towards the Africa that we want. This is a platform that is created, that we are working to create, and for us to all use this. With that now, I would like to call back up Mr. Kadari Singo, CEO of Wongozi Institute, to help welcome and introduce our guest of honor. Karibu sana, Mr. Singo.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. John Jingu, who is a Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Social Groups. He has been Permanent Secretary of several other ministries, including the Prime Minister's Office, also Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health. He is also being a lecturer at the University of Dar es Salaam and an adjunct lecturer at Limerick University in Ireland. My wife did her master's degree there. So welcome, Dr. Jingu, to address this call. By the way, he supports women not by default because he has two female girls. He has two daughters, two daughters. I think you also have a couple of them. Mr. Badru, I have 4, so I have no choice to support this. I know Dale, where's Dale? Dale, where are you? I think Dale has 2. Dale is over there, I think he has 2. Jambo, where is Jambo? Jambo has 2 also. I have Emmanuel over there, he has 2 also, so you have no choice. And mothers too.
Wanawake oye. Wanawake safi. Na sisi wanaume oye. Thank you very much. Mheshimiwa Balozi Begum Taj, Vice Chairperson of Wongozi Institute, Mheshimiwa Balozi Teresa Zitting, Ambassador of Finland in Tanzania, Mr. Kadari Singo, Chief Executive Officer, Wongozi Institute, Mr. Alessandro Pisani, representing the Ambassador of the European Union Delegation in Tanzania, Ms. Catherine Gifford, Interim Country Representative, UN Women in Tanzania, Dr. Patricia Lavallee, Country Manager, African Development Bank, Ms. Ened Munthali and Ben Makibete, Representative from the State House, Dr. Linda Kubenkomo, Chief Executive Officer, Nelson Mandela Children Funds, and the keynote speaker for this forum, I hope you are following us online. Panelists of the forum, facilitators and coaches of the Women Leadership Program, cohort 7 and 8 of the Women Leadership Program, all stakeholders of Uongozi Institute present here, and I can see a number of you here, Professor Mlama. I'm very happy to see you, my professor here, and my friend Abdul Razak Badru, Professor Kare and others. Karibuni sana, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za asubuhi. Bonjour. Bom dia. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both profound honor and genuine delight to be with you today as we open the 50th Women Leadership Forum. I want to take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers for inviting me in this occasion. And to be in this room, I can tell you, which is really vibrating with the talents, ambition, and power, is truly electrifying and inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was invited to be your guest of honor, I had to do some reflection a little bit of what is this for? I know what Uongozi does on women leadership. But then, I knew that we were going, or at least I was informed that we were going to open the 5th forum. So I was asking myself, what is this? And why the 5th forum? While I was reflecting on the significance of this 5th forum, I was able to realize that the journey which you have been taking, or we have been taking together, is really a significant journey. This event which we are having today has evolved from a simple idea into a cornerstone event, a vital ecosystem where we don't just talk about leadership, but we build it, we refine it, and we celebrate it. I thus commend the Uongozi Institute and all their partners for creating and sustaining this essential platform, spearheading it, and for your commitment to advance women leadership. I also congratulate the participants of cohort 7 and 8 of the Women in Leadership Training Program. You are joining a prestigious network of women leaders who are shaping governance, they're shaping policy making, policy implementation, they're also shaping development processes across Africa. Hongereni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, contribution of women to leadership in Africa, resonates deeply with the need to harness the full potential of both women and men in creating more just and prosperous society and communities, in line with the Ubuntu spirit which you have heard a few minutes ago from our keynote addresser or speaker. The Ubuntu says, I am because we are. In other words, men cannot exist fruitfully without women, and the opposite is also true. So it also highlights the theme of this year, also highlights the transformative potential women can bring to leadership spaces in all dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who have been in discourses or discussions about leadership, women in leadership, you all know that the conversation around women leadership has been largely about breaking the glass ceiling. And while the fight is far from over, our discourse has matured. Today, we understand that leadership is not just about shattering a single barrier or some certain barriers above us. It is about making contribution around us. It is about building bridges of mentorship, where we don't just climb the ladder, but we also send the elevator back down for others. Bridges of collaboration, where we champion the successes in addressing community and the societal challenges. It's about understanding that women can and indeed contribute to our joint victory against the challenges which we face as communities, as societies. But it also contribute to creating bridges across the industries, generations, and ideologies, because our collective strength lies in our diversity. In Kiswahili wewe say, pamoja tunafanya nini? Pamoja tunaweza. Collectively, we can win. But the opposite of that is also true. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak of women contribution to leadership in Africa, we need to look no further than the transformative leadership of Our Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of our beloved country, the United Republic of Tanzania. She is not just a symbol, she is a powerful case study if you want to start about women leadership. So she's a powerful case study to demonstrate that a woman can steady the ship of state with grace, formidable competence, unwavering resolve, and with great achievements. As such, President Samia Suluhu Hassan inspires every woman, and I'm sure, including you who are here today, in every sphere of life, politics, public service, public administration, civil society, academia, etc., to dream boldly, lead fearlessly, and believe that no goal is beyond their reach. So we have an example, a living example, in Mama Suluhu Hassan, our President, the Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Ladies and gentlemen, when I stand here, I have the privilege to look around and I can see all of you. Now, when I look around this room, I see the future. I also see the present. I see the leaders. I see the leaders who are defining strength, showing that it is found not only in decisiveness, but also in empathy. Leaders who are demonstrating that innovation thrives not just in competition, but also in cooperation, in the community, in working together, and in having shared values. You are champions in your respective fields, in businesses, in academia, in public administration, policy making. You are hearts of organizations. You are proving that every day leadership is not just about title. Yes, title matters, but leadership is not just about title. It is about action, influence, and impact. I just said I have an opportunity to see all of you here. I know most of you here. Some of you don't have these titles, but we're making significant impact in your organizations. So what I'm saying here is exactly the testimony of what is happening on the ground. But ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest to ourselves. The path is still steep. The weight of the double burden, the unconscious biases, the confidence gaps, these are still the realities which we need to navigate, and hence the need for this forum, for this platform. The forum is a sort of a sanctuary, a place to be authentic, to share your struggles without judgment, and to recharge your spirits with the energy of shared experience. And I'm sure by the time you're going to be together, this is going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to challenge each one of you, particularly members of cohorts 7 and 8. I want to throw 3 challenges to you. 1, connect intentionally. Find someone whose journey inspires you and tell them. Find someone who looks like they need a word of encouragement and offer it. There's a saying, your network is your net worth. So that is my first challenge. And then maybe I should also reveal, yesterday I was lucky. One of you sent a message to me. Probably knew, she knew that I'm going to say some few words today. That, okay, somehow she's inspired to what I do as a leader. So do that. Tell somebody that, yes, you know what they're doing, you inspire what they do, and build your network, knowing that your network is your net worth. Second, claim your space. Speak up in sessions. Show your bold ideas. Your perspective is unique and valuable. Do not dim your light for everyone. Don't just sit there and take notes and see and listen to lectures and whoever is going to be speaking to you. Share your experiences. I'm sure you're going to have space to share your ideas, your perspectives. Claim your space. That is my second challenge to you. My third challenge to you, commit to one action. One thing which you will do differently when you leave the room or when you finish your studies. One barrier which will break, one bridge which will help those who are behind you to climb the ladder. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not just participants in this forum. We are architects of a more equitable and compassionate world. Our leadership jointly, with its unique blend of resilience, intuition, and a collaborative spirit, is the leadership the world desperately needs. Let us make this 5th Women Leadership Forum the most powerful yet. The catalyst that turns our collective power into a force for thriving Africa. I wish you all insightful conversation, transformative connections, and a renewed fire in you. Renewed leadership fire in you. With those few words, and I believe there are really few, it is now my honor to officially open the 5th Women Leadership Forum and launch the 7th and 8th cohorts of the program. Na program imefunguliwa rasmi. Asanteni kunisikiliza. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for those very inspiring words. Here, Nawangalia, cohort 7, cohort 8. You heard the challenge? Have you accepted the challenge? Yes. Challenge accepted? So 3 things. 1, connect intentionally. Yes? And we can see hapa, wote tumekaa, like we've sat with our comfort zone, right? Cohort 7, mekaa pamoja, the cohort 8, the other side. So I will challenge you, hapa in this room, once you come back from tea break, to introduce and meet at least 2 people, 3 people that you do not know. Sawa, right? Part of the challenge that we have been told to connect intentionally. Claim your space. Yes, ladies, sometimes we shy away from these things. We're given the opportunity sometimes and we just simply don't do it, or we shy away. And then pass it forward. Make sure when the ladder, you've gone up the ladder, you bring the ladder back down. And I think that also echoes what our keynote speaker has said. And again, to conclude, as part of, again, pushing the needle forward, all hands on deck, we want to leave here this afternoon with renewed leadership fire. So with that, before we go to a much needed tea break, we're going to have our photo session. And I believe we are all ready to go, Asanteni. So the first picture will be with the high table, please. Mr. Singo, can you please lead the high table for the first picture, for the first group picture? Then after that, the group to be ready will be the panelists. So I'm looking at this table here, the panelists and facilitators. WLP facilitators and coaches. You will be next. So the next group, please. So you please, you remain. And the next group is the panelists. I'm looking at this table: Dr. Suma, Dr. Isa, Mama Mlama. The next group. And if you can please enter from your right, my left, your right, and then exit this way. So if you can go, Dr. Beatrice, Ms. Beatrice, please. The facilitators as well, all the coaches, facilitators of the WLP. So please join the picture. Karibuni.
We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania, with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania, Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by the government of Finland together with other valued partners. We believe sustainable and equitable development cannot be achieved without sound leadership. We cultivate a distinctly African model of leadership to empower the continent's senior and emerging leaders from both the public and private sector. Our mission is to inspire and equip African leaders to deliver inclusive and sustainable solutions through a holistic approach which includes designing and delivering training courses relating to leadership and executive management, bringing together key leaders and thinkers to formulate uniquely African solutions to Africa's challenges, and supporting world-class research on leadership across the continent while also championing knowledge sharing. Our landmark TV series, Meet the Leader, features serving and retired heads of state and international organizations, and the In Focus series offers in-depth insights into the issues driving development across Africa. To further our work as a center of excellence for leadership training, research, and knowledge exchange, the Institute is committed to working together with our global community of partners. Through our work, we have trained senior and emerging leaders from around the continent, hosted policy dialogue events in Tanzania and beyond, and commissioned research studies on leadership. It is essential to us that our team continues to uphold the Institute's values of professionalism, reliability, integrity, respect, and creativity. Uongozi Institute is based in Tanzania with offices in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The impact of our work, however, continues to extend beyond the country's borders to support leaders across the continent and to achieve our vision for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Uongozi is a Swahili word meaning leadership. Uongozi Institute was established in 2010 to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nations and the wider continent. We are a leadership development institute established by the government of Tanzania and supported by
order for us, I'm echoing to the CEO's the keynote speech. We cannot achieve the SD in terms of equitable without women and men to participate in decision-making spaces. And now going through the literature, going through the activities and the program from Uongozi Institute, we recognize, yes, the numbers are still few, but those who are in power, those who are already in power, what are they bringing into the leadership roles? So we were looking at the other side. While we are still increasing the numbers, so many initiatives, etc. But then those who are in power, what are they bringing into the decision roles? And in that case, we thought it's important to do a study in order to fill that gap. In Africa, there is quite a limited data or research based on their contributions and achievement. We see a lot in speeches, etc. But then we thought it's important to have a research that has passing through all the research processes to identify the contribution of women leaders here in Tanzania. So I'll just go straight. So in terms of the objectives, we identify the leadership attributes, and some of them have been identified here, that women bring to leadership. Also, we showcase the notable achievement of women leaders within the organization. So what do you do with the leadership position that you're given? We also analyzed the key strategies utilized by women to overcome the leadership challenges. So we took up the question, because we know the challenges, but then what did they do actually? What kind of tools and strategies did they use to tackle the challenges and still maintain their roles as leaders in the country? But then given the time, I'll just focus on presenting the objective number 1 and number 2. Significance, I don't want to go much into detail because it has already been discussed. We really want to continue to promote her rights of, in this case, gender equality of women leaders in all spheres, but also those who are responsible to ensure that we are achieving the number in terms of the government commitments at the regional and local, as well as the global, to make sure such studies can, give them more. They can be more accountable because of such evidence information, and ensure that we are still increasing in numbers. So here we purposely sampled 55 women. Some of them are here from from Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar as well. Women leaders from different sectors, actually all sectors, those who have had the leadership positions, because we wanted to know their experiences that they encounter, the challenges, etc. So some of the women leaders we chose were very purposefully, because we wanted to document their stories, because it was important to showcase some of these findings in the real, scientifically. So some of them we opted from the list of the alumni because we wanted to know, as a result of being given the training, how were they faring in terms of the growth, etc. So what did we do with these women? We actually the minimum hour that we spend with them, maybe 2 hours or 1 hour and 30 minutes, because we wanted to deep dive into their leadership journey, not just in their career, but also from their home. Walikuwa wanaishije, supporting system, walikuwa wanaipata majumbani kwao, what kind of challenges they encountered, walivyoenda shule, walivyoenda chuo, were they given any leadership roles, na vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo, we basically, it was more of a conversation for them to give us their stories. So in research, basically, this was a qualitative research. And through the thematic analysis, in terms of them, from the narrations, we got to know the patterns that were repetitive in terms of now the qualities that these women were sharing across the sectors, regardless of where they are. And by the way, most of them had hawajuani, but then when you do the analysis, there are some things that you are popping up across the women. So we call it thematic analysis. So now let's go to the findings. So with the findings,
The number one attribute that these women, actually all of them, directly or indirectly, it was empathy. Now, empathy here, haimaanishi huruma. You know, Dr. Sum, I'm looking at you. Empathy doesn't mean huruma. Empathy, in a very simple manner, is ability to understand. Ni kama unavaa viatu. It's like you're wearing somebody else's shoes. How are they feeling, the environment that they need to be supported, but also offer solutions. How do you provide solutions? Sio tu unamsikiliza, and then after that, what do you do with this? You know, if I were in that position, ningefanya nini? So in this case, they encountered such experiences throughout their journeys. And I remember once kiongozi mmoja, kipindi kile tunahamia Dodoma, you remember the year? Na huyu kiongozi alikuwa na subordinates wake, na mmoja alikuwa anaumwa, kwa maana mke wake alikuwa anaumwa. So they went to Dodoma. After 3 months, 4 months, performance was very, 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 very down, low. Kwa hiyo akamwita, hey, my boss. Hello? I can continue speaking, right? Yes. So, sorry. Kwa hiyo, yule kiongozi akakaa naye na kumsikiliza kutaka kujua what is the issue. Kwa hiyo akamweleza, bwana, mimi mke wangu ni mgonjwa and I need to take care of her. Na saa hizo yuko Dar na familia yuko Dar, mimi niko Dodoma. Luckily alikuwa kama miaka 2 aweze kustaafu, na yule kiongozi alivaa naamini viatu, akauliza taratibu za zote, all the formal channels or processes za kuweza kumhamisha kituo. Akafanikiwa, akamhamisha kituo, akarudi kwa mke wake kuendelea kumtake care, na performance ikarudi kama kawaida. So, and that lady is here. I don't want to mention the name. If given the opportunity, I will do that. Lakini, not only the challenges, but also looking at the other opportunities. If an opportunity arises, how will I, uplift somebody? So empathy was really, really a key attribute from this study. Another important attribute that we saw was on the resilience. Now, whether it's because of the expectation that we, as women, are supposed to succeed in the society, at work, at home, the challenges and the opportunities that we face, so in that journey, we are building the muscles in terms of if a certain challenge occurred, or a certain opportunity arose, how did I deal with it? Both at the society, also at home, at work, etc. So such environment, ni kama to expose of bouncing back and then come back again and continue to navigate the system barriers, but also to remain steadfast. This was also one of the key attributes that we thought it was important to highlight. Another important attribute was on the transformative thinking. And here, I'll explain more when we are doing the case studies, but then throughout their journeys, we got to find out for them to excel very well, they had to interact. For them to make a difference, they have to make sure that their team members are well informed, one, but also allowing them to share ideas in terms of if it's a project or anything, how do we come about to solve the problem? So throughout the process of collectiveness, the thinking was now transforming in terms of achieving the results or achieving a certain project that they want to, that we're given in terms of assignment. But then further, I will explain in terms of the transformative thinking per se when we come to discuss the selected 6 cases for this study. Another important attribute was inspirational leadership. Now, here was key. I remember when we interviewed all of them, actually, somehow, somewhere, each of them, they shared a common thread that they got support and inspiration from key individuals in their lives that shaped their leadership path. Now, they mentioned mothers from the home,
they mentioned uncles, like proper uncles, Simanishi uncle. You know, uncles, aunts, their supervisors, fathers, who provided, for example, the fathers, they mentioned they provided equal education opportunities and demonstrated their belief in their daughters. Kuna mmoja alikuwa anaambiwa na baba yake kwamba tangia udogo kwamba aseme hii mantra, you know, kwamba I know, I need, I can, kwamba najua, nataka, naweza. And through that inspirational, these leaders are now committed, you know, in terms of uplifting others. Quite a lot of them, directly or indirectly, whether there's a formal structure or no formal structure, they are now uplifting others in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, you know, they are uplifting each other, wakikutana na changamoto, especially when they deal with junior staffs, etc. You know, they give them hope in terms of how to maneuver around, how to, you know, work in a certain sector or work in a certain department, etc., etc. So much as they admire other people, they also, you know, wameambukiza na kushare or inspire other leaders as well. As we all know, leadership is also about inspirational. So this was also one of the key attributes we found in the study. Now, humility. Again, humility is not about kujikinai au kujishusha au it's not about that. Actually, most of them, when they were given the role, na wengi walisema mimi hata sikutegemea kama ningekuja kuwa kiongozi at some point. So majority of them, whether now by chance or by learning the hard way, they acknowledge that they don't know everything. So they needed somebody that they can kufundisha kazi. So unajua mkifika kazini ndo unahamia na wewe sasa ndo kiongozi, especially kama umetoka taasisi nyingine unakuta wazee yani wamekaa au watu wengi wamekaa kwa muda mrefu. Sasa it really depends on how you interact for them to blend together as a team. So they believed kwamba they had to sit down, you know, kufundishwa kazi na kusema kwamba everybody matters. But also one of them, and actually most of them, they acknowledged kwamba, and I can echo into this msemo, kwamba hata maji machafu yanazima moto. That means everybody matters. So one of them said, one of the attributes is listening to fellow workers is I accept my vulnerability. So it really doesn't matter the high ranks that you go as a leader, but they learn through that process that humility is key in terms of achieving what you have been given in terms of your roles. So I'll combine these two, crisis management, crisis and time management together as multitasking because they go a bit hand in hand. So we all know, whether by design or whether by societal structures, etc., that ability to wear many hats, you know, due to social constructions, you know, that the society really defines us to do this and that, require women to juggle, you know, between all those tasks and to make sure that we are producing the best results. So we expected, because I'm also a woman, we expected to manage the households, to attend community social functions, maintain social networks. I remember one of the former boss alikuwa anasema mimi na mke wangu ndio wananitambulishaga kwenye jumuiya. So all the jumuiyas, you know, you go na utanitambulisha all the weddings, you know, such social whatever utanitambulisha. So utaniwakilisha. So such expectations, even at our homes, whether we do it directly or we don't do it directly, you know, multitasking, you know, has been an opportunity for us to do quite a lot of many things at a go. But also in terms of now managing the crisis, resolve conflicts, and you can see some of the cases when in the next slides on how they've been able to use these findings, I've been able to use these qualities in their career. The last one is like the cushion of it in terms of hard work, and we thought it was important to summarize in terms of this concept. Most of them actually said, actually takes a lot of work. Okay, we have heard from the CEOs and also from the keynote speech. You know, for them, hard work could translate extra hours, could translate even to how do you call it? Mnashindwa kubalance, you know, roles mbalimbali in the society at the family level, etc. Lakini we are driven by ensuring the tasks that we're given produce the best results. So the hard work sometimes came with a lot of toil, with a lot of kuchoka na kuwa na stress nyingi na kadhalika. But then through the hard work, you know, all these qualities have been shown and they've been explained by them. Now, I have a disclaimer. It doesn't mean that men are not these. No. It doesn't mean that they're not empathy, they're not humble, you know, they don't know how to manage time and crisis. No. The men in here, you know, you are also attributes. You can do this and even beyond. The issue here, we wanted to make sure, you know, the current and the future generation, when they want to see evidence in terms of research, in terms of women in leadership, this is what they found, and they can easily relate to, you know, when they were given such roles. So it was important to mention that. Our CEO is actually the best. He has all these qualities. Makofi kwake. These are some of the narrations, because you all know with qualitative research, they are, instead of doing the numbers, etc., you know, we use the quotes. Now, these are some of our favorite quotes. I can read one. In most of the positions I've held, I've needed to learn from everybody, regardless of their social status or position in a given context. This attribute has enabled me to navigate challenging situations, such as being a politician, a minister, understanding the UN system, and personal development. So, you know, this is where now the humility comes in, the empathy comes in, etc., etc. Maybe I'll skip this one. Okay. Within me, there are things I wish to see happen, kinganganizi. I will work for them to the end, not for fame or power, but for a cause I believe in. And by doing so, when the results are good, it makes you visible and increases your chances of advancing. So because of time, I will move to the next slide. So apart from the qualities, wanted to know, okay, so of the 55 women now, because we couldn't do the whole cases, because of the time, and that's also an area for further studies, we selected some few cases. And we highlighted their impact or their results that they've been doing or they've been impacting in the society, at the community, at organization. So this is one of the case study. Emerita Professor Penina Mlama. Kwa heshima Professor, tunaomba usimame wa kufahamu. Makofi mengi kwake. Okay, so what she did in the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor at University of Dar es Salaam years back, you know, she has been able to advance gender equality through transformative policies in higher education. For example, in the anti-sexual harassment policy, you know, instead of dealing with one issue, unajua una case ma lecturer una case ya sexual harassment una deal na moja, then she was very strategic. Kasema, I need to introduce the systems and policies so that they can affect the large mass. You know, having a policy is one thing we know. Of course, translating the policy is another thing we know. But either way, kipi bora, kukaa kimya au kuhakikisha we have policies around so that we don't go by feelings. So it doesn't matter, you know, the other person comes, you know, he has or she has to follow the guidelines and to comply to such policies. So she did that. Now, another interesting thing. She was the director of executive director of FAWE. FAWE is an organization dealing with women in education. So she championed education reforms that had to make sure girls are given the education to 33 African countries. Imagine, 33 African countries. So she moved from personal leadership, but then now, what can I do more? You know, what kind of policies and systems should I influence or should I introduce, you know, to make sure, you know, the large mass is affected. Echoing to our CEOs, mara kwa mara huwa tunamsikiliza na akisema kwamba you can be a very good leader, but then if the systems are somehow not conducive, you feel some block and some barriers. So instead of somebody else's to influence, you and I can also influence in our organization. And I'll tell you why in the few slides. So this was one of the cases. Another case was Honorable Mgeni Hassan, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives in Zanzibar. Round of applause for her as well. So with this woman, she broke that barrier of women to be in the House of Representatives, bungeni, you know. So apart from attracting and influencing and kuwashawishi viongozi waingie kwenye politics in Zanzibar, but even kule bungeni, he had to make sure the agenda policies that are effective, that are implemented, that are introduced, but also mentoring the new generation of women leaders. Na anasema mpaka kesho akiwa na muda. She's very busy, we know, lakini mpaka kesho akiwa na muda, she keeps mentoring such women kuhakikisha the number keeps increasing. Na anasema alikuwa anafundisha hata namna ya kujenga hoja bungeni ili sasa kinachosemwa kiwe kinatija. Yaani kwa Kiswahili tunasema sio maneno matupu. So this is one of the key achievement from her, and she's very proud of that. Another case study we all know, Honorable Asha Rose Migiro. Let's a round of applause for her as well. With this woman, we all know another broken barriers is the first female minister of Foreign Affairs, first of all, but then the first African woman to serve as UN Deputy Secretary General. This one was a peacemaker. She did a lot of many things, by the way. But then what struck her most in terms of even when we were interviewing her, you know, being able to champion peace building in the Great Lakes regions. You know, the Great Lakes regions, they have a lot of conflicts, etc. Now, she was in those meetings za kuhakikisha, you know, there's peace in those countries. But also spearheading the creation of UN Women, what we see here. You know, alikuwa ni sehemu ya spearhead the establishment of UN Women. So you can imagine what they did, these women. They were very strategic of, nipige target wapi, and where should I shoot, so that I can get the better and massive results. Another one, Engineer Mwajuma Waziri. This is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water. A round of applause for her. When we were interviewing her again, unajua wale watu wanaosoma kwa ajili ya kijiji, you know those people? Yes. She's one of that. Na aliagwa na akaambiwa unaenda kusoma kwa ajili ya the whole clan. And she did it. Because she picked somehow a very interesting course. It's not very simple. It's engineering. But also, anasema, those who are in the water sector, they know her. And the moment they see her, they see water. Why? You know, Aliji brand into that area. And she's been able to transform. No, so the key word here is transformation. The water sector, by leading multi-million dollars. Remember, when I said leadership mobilizes resources, etc., you know, she's been one of that. But also training new generation of engineers. So the issues of mentoring keeps coming here. You know, the issues of uplifting one another keeps coming, whether there is a formal structure on how to do it or not, but they've been doing such. It was a very interesting story because I'm a move from one level to another level. You know, hajapata cheo mserereko. Watu wa serikali mnanielewa nikisema cheo mserereko? Sawa. You know, one level after one level. You know, from being a normal officer, a desk officer, to now being the permanent secretary through excellency and impact. Mwingine, Neema Mwakaliele, Deputy Director of PCCB. This is an organization dealing with corruption. What strikes most for this lady, first of all, she was an alumni, one, but also the calmness in her. Yes, she was a Uongozi alumni, right? Yes, she was. Maria, she was. Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you. And her expertise is on ICT. Sasa, imagine, you know PCCB deals with corruption, right? Fighting for corruption. So she had to make sure first, before you go out dealing with corruptions, you know, she established the systems in the organization, you know, to make sure, you know, there is accountability, you know, there is establishing the culture of integrity, you know, and continuous learning. But also she's doing a lot of mentorship, but also disciplinary. By the way, ukimwona tu hivi, unasema yule, this one, the very, you know, like, unajua kuna wale watu ukiwaona, they look so serious. But then, you know, the discipline and the integrity in her, but also dealing with the systems. It was very difficult, by the way, to convince the management. But then kidogo, alianza kwanza kwenye department yake. Then things were starting to work. Okay, and then akachukua muda expand into the whole organization. So this was a very interesting case study. Another interesting case study, Dr. Lucy Shule. Round of applause for her. Director of Studies, National Defense College in Tanzania. Do you know Defense College? Kwa Kiswahili ni nini? Ulinzi. So, it's very difficult, by the way, to penetrate into such environment. So, this one is, here. So, what she did, alivyoingia tu, katika ile college, realize there are no gender causes. So she managed basically to mainstream gender modules. You know gender modules in security and strategic studies. It was never easy, never easy. You know, she'll tell you the battles, she'll tell you how many meetings, you know, they have to do to accept such model in the security and strategic studies. It was never easy, but she did it either way. Now, another thing that we didn't even know, and we all experienced at some point in the country, you know those school dropouts? I think you remember the stories, right? Yeah, so she was part of the team of re-entry, establishing re-entry policy and guidelines, which allow to re-entry now, you know, to schools for those girls who dropped out for any reason, now including the pregnancy. I think we don't want to go into that stories. I think some years back we got such a situation. So she's been a pioneer, na huyu ndio yule ambaye babake alikuwa anamwambia, you do those mantra, I know I can, I do, what. Mpaka kesho ni kitu ambacho anakifanya na anaki-practice. So one of a very favorite quote, she said, I've been running the gender course for the past 4 years, and I can tell after each session, the participants come out with new set of knowledge, sensitivity as they broaden their understanding of security matters, go beyond the territorial state. So the class or the participants or the beneficiaries of the program were more gender sensitive. Remember those concepts of gender awareness and then gender sensitive. So whatever they do, they're trying to be sensitive in terms of both men and women to be in other projects, to be in other meetings, etc., etc. So, as I conclude in the 6 case studies, they hardly work together, all of them. Hata kama kikutana, but then their lines of work are very different. We know that. But they also, all of them came from a normal family. You mean humble family, like wengi wetu hapa, I included. But they also experienced the same struggles, the same challenges, like us, me and you. But also in terms of the opportunities, they are all presented to them, like us, again. So what did they do? So when we're reading and when I was reading the stories, they chose to be very strategic. But also, they chose to focus on one issue. And most of them somehow, they went beyond their personal leadership, really, and come out with issues on how to influence policies or to introduce systems or guidelines that will affect, the critical mass or the large mass. And wakishamaliza to tackle that issue, now they move, they look for another opportunity. When they build the masses, they can handle 1 or 2 issues, to deal with. So, time. I'm finalizing. Yeah, so what we learned from this, is for actually all of us to go beyond our personal leadership and be able to come out and influence some of these and challenge some of the status quo. Conclusion here, we are saying, so the study actually reaffirms, it's not that something very new or what, we're just reaffirming the importance of gender diversity. We have heard that from the keynote in leadership by highlighting the contribution they bring to leadership. But also, we believe the study is contributing to the board of knowledge on issues to do with gender and leadership, but also telling us the cost of, discriminating women into leadership positions. We are losing a lot of skills, talents, etc. Another recommendation is really to everyone now to translate these policies. So it doesn't mean the government only or the private institutions only or the non-actors only, but me and you, like what we have heard from these cases. And then how do you translate? How now do you become an influence or a changer or a policy change maker? These are some of the examples. I don't have to explain more, but we need more research on gender leadership, on women in leadership. We need more case studies on such information and knowledge so that both the current and the future generations of leaders can embrace the gender inclusive leadership. Thank you all for listening, and I'm sorry for taking the time, but this is what we find out. Kwa ruhusa yako, I would just like to respondents. We invited few of them, wawakilishi wale viongozi wanawake 55 tulioenda kuwahoji. Wengine wako pale, naombeni msimame tuweze ku acknowledge. Professor Penina Mlama, Dr. Mzuri Isa, remember, Mwanamani to remember, So tunashukuru sana for your time, but also for your authenticity of information. You gave us actually ample time. And for the case studies, actually, we co-audited with them. So, and they approved. Now, this is the final manuscripts. Now you can go and do whatever you want to do with it. So we thank you so much, and thank you all for listening.
Asante sana, Ms. Carol, for those very exciting findings. And I think they really echo and align with what we heard kutoka asubuhi from the morning in terms of the remarks from everybody and our partners that spoke in the morning. We're now quickly going to transition into our first panel. We're aware that we are a little bit behind time. So the next panel is going to look specifically at the transformative power of women in leadership roles. Carol's presentation, what it did is set the stage for this, and I believe that a lot of the qualities and the attributes that Carol mentioned and the quotes and the inspirational case studies that she referred to, you're also now going to get more examples and showcasing these exact attributes that we're going to hear in the next panel. So I would like to call up on stage. In the next panel, we'll have 3 physically here with us, and 1 will be joining us online from Uganda, but she is going to be live. So I'm hoping that technology is our friend today. I'm looking at the team at the back, yes. Okay, so I'd first like to call up Dr. Patricia Lavery. She is a country manager for the African Development Bank Group here in Tanzania. Karibu sana, Dr. Patricia. Dr. Rosemary Nakijoba, the Associate Professor and Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities at Royal University in Uganda. She'll be joining us online. You'll also get to see her. And also for all of you to know, she's also a graduate of the WLP program. So she actually went through Cohort 7, Cohort 8, I'm looking at you. She went through this, this program as well here with the Uongozi Institute. We have our sister from Namibia, Ms. Beatrice Schuss. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Lead Her Ship Foundation, all the way from Namibia. Karibu sana. You can take spaces. And as we heard in the morning, this is not just about women. We do need to work with men and have them as our allies, yes? And so we also have Mr. Abdul Razak Badru, who is a commissioner for the Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authority in Tanzania, the NCAA. Karibu sana, Mr. Badru. With mics, please. Okay, we're on. We're going to start with Dr. Rosemary, who is online. And as I introduced her, she's Associate Professor and Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, the Royal University, Uganda, and a WLP program graduate. So Dr. Rosemary, can you hear us? Let's just first ensure that
yes,
you
please,
can hear
I
us
hear
and that we
you.
can hear you. Dr. Rosemary, can you hear us?
Yes, please. I hear you very well. I hear you very well. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that's better. And so we're going to proceed, Dr. Rosemary. And so welcome and thank you for agreeing to join us. And I believe you have joined us from the morning, so you have been taking notes and listening to what the remarks have been saying about this topic. But from you, Dr. Rosemary, we wanted to hear from you. Working in academia and currently serving as the Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, what would you highlight as some of the qualities that led you particularly to rise to your current leadership position? Dr. Rosemary.
Thank you very much. I bring you greetings from Sweden, where I am currently based as a guest researcher at the Nordic African Institute. And I'm proud to say that I was part of the 6th cohort of Uongozi Women's Leadership Forum. Yes, I want to say that my own journey actually has been one of resilience, one of vision, and a journey of constant learning. So that is a very key quality because resilience. When I started as an assistant lecturer to now the Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, and to many other roles. It has been a lot of resilience and vision where I have stayed committed even when the structures have not been supportive. So that has been very key. But also mentorship. I have tried to mentor a lot of other women in leadership, and I have seen a number of graduates today who are lecturers, and I've taught them before. Some of them are NGO leaders, and also others are into policy advocacy. So for me, looking at them flourish is a very fulfilling outcome of my leadership today. But also, I don't want to forget mentioning about collaboration, working with various institutions. For instance, in Uganda, I work a lot with the National Union of Disabled Persons, an institution at national level, but also with various universities, including those in the country, but also I would mention the University of Leeds in the UK, where I've done a number of fellowships, and the other institutions. So these have brought the research to footprint in whatever that I've done, that I've been able to do. But I also can't forget to mention working with integrity. That is a very key quality. Leading with fairness, leading when I know I am accountable, and also, commitment to impact with the communities. These have anchored my leadership journey. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosemary. Resilience, mentoring, collaboration, and integrity. And again, this echoes exactly what the research findings from the contribution of women to leadership in Tanzania, as presented by Ms. Caroline, illustrated. Dr. Rosemary, I'm going to stay with you because we have you online in the connection, just to take advantage of before the technology decides to go against us. What challenges have you encountered, however, as a woman professor and a faculty dean? We started to hear from Carol's presentation, and we'll hear from Professor Mlama in the next panel. But specifically for yourself, what challenges have you encountered, and how did you then navigate the complex landscape of academia to achieve impact?
Okay, my journey has not been a bed of roses. It has actually been with the challenges, especially as a woman leader. I have often faced a number of gender biases and stereotypes because of, being questioned, especially my competence being questioned because of my gender. And I have tried to see how to navigate those. I will share. But also balancing the role as a woman leader, first of all, but also as a professor, as a mother, as a caregiver. It is something that has been challenging, but from time to time, I want to say that it has been demanding, and constantly I have been trying to do discipline. And also it has come with a lot of sacrifice that I've been doing to be able to get there. But also allow me to mention that the resource limitations is another hurdle, because leading a faculty with a lot of things that should be done amidst, the scarcity of resources, that has required me to work when focusing on a lot of innovation, first of all, but also the creativity that I always use to make sure that I deliver, but also problem-solving skills, very, very key in my being able to execute. But finally, I want to say on that the academia is a space with very few women leaders. So now when I say very few women leaders, sometimes it feels like a lonely journey, but with almost no role models to look up to. So that has been a very big challenge as well. And yes, of course, others are taking up the space, but very few in academia. And when you look at administration management, you find that you are either only one or two women there. And of course, the dominance sometimes comes in. The other good question you've asked is how I've been able to navigate. Now, as a woman leader, I want to share that I have been able to navigate academia, focusing on transformation and focusing on impact. One of the things that I've been able to do is looking at mentorship as a vehicle for transformation. I have tried to support other young women, other scholars, to really take up the space, to rise beyond the barriers. Especially now, I have mentored some of the heads of departments to take up that space. But also in academia, as we are all aware, it's to do with research. So I am trying to do research that is intentional. My research mainly focuses on persons with disability, especially women, and also other current issues such as climate change. And I try to bring the voices of those that are marginalized to the space here so that their voices can be heard at international level, but also at national level, to be able to make a difference. And I want to also mention that in my work with the faculty, I try to align it with the Uganda Vision 2040 and also other development plans such as the National Development Plan. Now we have the current National Development Plan 4, but also the Sustainable Development Goals, because I want to ensure that as I work with my teams, the work that we are doing as a faculty is not only academic, but also it has a social impact, that our work is relevant in terms of transforming communities, but also networking is very key. And lastly on that, I want to mention that I'm very, very intentional, especially about succession planning, because I am very much aware that leadership must outlast the individual. I always encourage my staff to get the skills required to come to this level, because I don't want to do it alone. We must be flying like a butterfly. I actually compare my leadership to the analogy of a butterfly. A butterfly starts with its own cocoon, just alone there, unrecognized. It is not felt, its presence is not felt, yet with resilience and transformation, this butterfly can now be ready to fly. And therefore, I want to say that my own journey, really, of teaching in Uganda to now taking up international spaces such as this one with the Uongozi Institute, speaking at international level, as well as, other spaces. I've just been to Norway, presenting in a conference and chairing sessions and becoming a discussant, to where even I am today at the Nordic African Institute. These are spaces to grab, but our journey as women leaders, I would say, should be a journey of responsibility where we don't fly alone, but we help other women leaders to fly with us and ensure that many more butterflies emerge. I really see ourselves filling the skies with leadership that is compassionate, with leadership that is visionary, and with leadership that is transformative in nature. I want to thank you so much. Sure.
And once again, you're you're showcasing all the attributes that were presented in the findings, but also you are aligning very well with the remarks from this morning and the challenge that was given to all of you by the chief guest who's talked about being intentional in your networking and connections, claiming your space. You spoke about that, that's really important. And then the passing it forward and paying it forward in terms of mentoring and coaching. And I think we also really appreciate what you talked about succession planning, because this is, once again, the intentionality that Sioku Bahatisha, like some of these things have to be put in place in paper, in the structures and the policies. And of course, the next panel will be touching on this a little bit more. So thank you for that. And again, cohort 7 and cohort 8, I hope you're seeing the power of such programs. And Uongozi Institute, you can take at least some of the credit in terms of seeing Dr. Rosemary now literally soaring and taking up the spaces in national and international forum. So thank you very much, Dr. Rosemary, and I hope you will continue listening to us online for the rest of the panel. I'll now turn to Dr. Patricia Lavery, who's a country manager, African Development Bank Group here in Tanzania. And I believe your background, you're originally from Sierra Leone. Yes, so I think we have somebody from Sierra Leone is one of the participants. If not, you're also representing the regionality of not only this forum, but of the program. So, Dr. Patricia, becoming a top leader in an institution as big as the AFDB, the African Development Bank, this, I believe, takes a lot of blocking and tackling. And indeed, it doesn't happen overnight. What do you believe are the attributes that have guided you to your present role?
Thank you very much. In preparing for this panel, I went through the entire program yesterday. I actually prepared responses to the question that you had sent me. For us in financial services, I see Frank is in the room, Frank at TADB. We often talk about bankers' trust, integrity. As a woman, as a female leader in financial services, there's nothing more important than your credibility, your integrity, and your personal accountability. But coming back to your question on blocking and tackling as head of mission, or whether in the public, private, wherever you find yourself, is a daily struggle for female leaders. But I would like to tell you my own personal journey, and I hope that it would help to inspire others listening to my own life. I studied in Washington all the way up to my PhD. In 1999, I was assigned a role in the Office of the President at the World Bank. Of course, there aren't too many people like us in those institutions. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, okay. But I was drawn to a particular we were going through the schedule of meetings the 1999 World Bank IMF annual meeting in Washington. We spent the entire day with the president of the World Bank. We worked flat out it was on a Saturday morning. We started at 8. We were there till 10:30 at night. So at the end of the meeting, I walked up to a lady, another lady like me, who had been in the meetings, and I asked her where she was from. And she told me that she was from Tanzania, and she was chief of staff to the president of the World Bank. As chief of staff to the president of the World Bank, you're obviously managing the entire global development agenda, meeting with all ministers of finance and governors of central banks. But I immediately got drawn to her, and we became friends. I spent 10 years at the World Bank, about 10 years, managing the evaluation service in the independent evaluation group. This Tanzanian lady whom I met, her name is Dr. Franny Lutier. Okay. She helped me navigate my career at the World Bank. We discussed my performance evaluations. We discussed job applications at the World Bank. We discussed sexual harassment issues. We discussed the daily blocking and tackling that you asked me about. Missions, project documents, you name it. So the importance of collaboration with my own experience in Washington could not be understated. But then fast forward, I moved to the ADB, moved from Washington to Tunis. She was still at the World Bank when I moved. I transferred from the evaluation unit. Moving to a new institution came with its own set of challenges. But then the support that she provided to me when I met her at the World Bank, I had to provide to her when she later joined me at the African Development Bank. So the point I'm trying to make is that as women leaders, it's so critical that we uplift each other, that we support each other, that we do not, you know what I want to say? Okay. Because this is what the men do. You go to the golf course after work. Who do you find on the golf course? They're supporting each other with all the deals in Tanzania, right? But how many women in leadership roles in Tanzania meet each other to just uplift each other without any strings, to just embrace, support, and watch our fellow sisters fly? So, with the female head of state that you now have here in Tanzania, it presents a unique opportunity for her to change the narrative. For me as head of mission at AFDB, what we have been doing, working with the Ministry of Finance, Bank of Tanzania, and the entire financial ecosystem is to ensure that with the lines of credit that we issue, we do try to meet the Beijing consensus, that the figures are what they are in terms of the beneficiary impact. Okay? So we have our affirmative financial action for women in finance, whereby we support women-owned, women-managed businesses across Tanzania, lines of credit to CRDB. We're about to embark on a third phase, 2 successful phases, trying to reach underserved areas in Tanzania. But we should, my main message today is that we should be not our brother's keeper, our sister's keeper. Let us aspire, let us try to be our sister's keeper. I want to restate the attributes of successful leadership because I think you've beaten that up to death. But these are it for me. Collaboration, 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 and maintaining those relationships in a consistent manner. Never burn bridges. Try not to burn bridges because you never know when next you run into your sister. Let us embrace each other. Let us support each other. Let us fly together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia. That is a powerful testimony to the power of collaboration, but mentoring and coaching, and how things went full circle for you and Dr. Franny. And Dr. Franny is one of Uongozi Institute's oldest friends and resource persons. So it's also a testimony to how small the world is and how in these spaces, collaboration is key. So it's fantastic to hear that the lady that you were talking about was Dr. Franny. I'll turn to Mr. Abdul Razak, Commissioner, Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authority in Tanzania. You have been a champion for women leaders to take on leadership roles, despite the underrepresentation of women in certain positions in top management in this sector, the conservation sector in Tanzania. But we do see women rising to leadership roles in this space. What do you see as some of the qualities that women are bringing into the leadership space from your vantage point as a man?
Opportunity to be here. It's one of these great pleasure to be at this forum, powerful forum, very emotional, listening to successful women leaders who have gone through experiences. And I think we should appreciate the Uongozi Institute for hosting such forum. And as I was reflecting, what to say when I was coming here, the easy way for me was one, and I will get to what you actually asked me. I had to think about what women have done to me in my life. I've been surrounded by women all along, from the mothers, the wife. Actually, I have 6 daughters. You only have 2 or 4, so you can imagine. I have been supervised out of my 10 managers. I think 6, 7 of them were women. Then I said, okay, so it's easy for me to actually reflect on what they bring into leadership and how they make a difference. And actually, for me, I would say it was going to be part of my conclusion. As you know, women are game changers. I like soccer, and in soccer, the midfielders who cut power, in between the march, there should be women. Now, women lead. I think, for me, and I'll speak as a beneficiary of this service, from women as the managers, as the leaders, as advisors. Women bring, there are few men, by the way, so I am safe. There's only Frank and a few others at Kadari. They bring in trust. They can be easily trusted than the male managers. When they commit to doing something, then you are very sure you can do that. So my assessment is, as you have like women leaders, there's a lot of trust that, you get from them. Sometimes I struggle with resilience and what it means, but to me is that women can survive hard times and hard moments when things are not going very well as business leaders. They can take the moment to reflect on how to tackle a particular problem. They may not necessarily rush into a solution. They will take time to do it. They probably do consult a lot before they come to an advice or even a decision. So to me, I find it one of the very useful addition when you are working or surrounded by, women leaders. It's one thing to talk about empathy. Everyone has talked about empathy. It came out through the study. But it has to be genuine. You must necessarily be sure when one is empathetic, if it's genuine or artificial in a way. I think I've had an opportunity to witness the genuine empathy that you get when you have like women leaders, women or female managers, in this case. So I think to me, women leadership in a business at the organization, they will bring in energy. They will balance how you run the business. When you are seated on a boardroom with your group of management, if you do not have women in the room, there will be fire. At some point in time, women are able to slow down the fire, in the boardroom, in the decision-making space. Can we reflect more on this decision before we move ahead? And you get this mainly from women and from mature managers and CEO like Singo Kadari is getting, and a bit of Frank. The older you become, probably the more wise you can be. But in women, it just comes from right away from the beginning. And I think, for me, women are more likely to engage, to consult widely before they make a decision. And hopefully, by extension, they are able to involve and engage the teammates when the team that they support all along. They are type of, they wouldn't want to be like a one-man English, one-woman show, one-man show. That's the problem with English. I don't know why they kept on saying one-man show. We never knew there were going to be women at some point in time. That's the problem with English. And I think the other one, before I pause, is that you have the resource as women who can balance the role. We know from experience in our life that these women leaders we see around here are primarily mothers, their wives. They take over homes and who can balance the role. You manage the house, and it's not easy to manage the house. Actually, one of the very difficult enterprise. It's not a topic for today. But imagine someone who can manage the house successfully, managing the resources, managing the emotions, the So when that experience or skill is transferred at the workplace, you know what it means. So they can easily balance their relationship. They can balance the role. And when we talk about these terms loosely about work-life balance, the only people who can tell you how to balance that balance would be women. Because, I think in Africa, I should actually speak from the African context. But, these men, do you have time to balance that as well? But women are able actually to balance it. So you have the resource, you have the people type of leaders who can balance the roles, who can balance the relationship, who can be very genuine, and actually who can naturally be able to manage
the emotions. I'm not an expert in emotional intelligence, but I should probably run another study to check on the levels of emotional intelligence between men and women. But I'm tempted to actually say that probably women are more likely to be able to manage emotions, their own emotions and other people's emotions, than men, than majority of men anyway, just to use English so that I do not include. So I think, just as a way of starting, this would be my take.
Thank you very much, and that's a very insightful reflection in terms of you taking a step back to look at your own life and 6 daughters. Amazing. That's a space to watch for yourself. how that will turn out. But yes, to your last point in terms of emotional intelligence, from the little research that has been done to date, they are pointing out that women have a higher EI, emotional intelligence, than the majority of men. Not all men, but majority of men, to use kinder measured language. So you're correct. Thank you. And we'll come back to ask you about some of the initiatives that you have in place to ensure that more women are getting into leadership positions. But I'll now turn to Ms. Beatrice, our fellow sister from Namibia. Ms. Beatrice Choost is the Chief Executive Officer of her Lead Her Ship Foundation. So it's Lead, as in her, capital H, Ship Foundation, where this foundation equips women with practical tools, strategic knowledge, and access to networks that elevate business success and leadership capacity. So Ms. Beatrice, again, asking you to take a step back and look in. What are some of the not so obvious qualities and contributions you see in women leaders across the continent? Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here this afternoon, all the way from the land of the brave Namibia. Can we please give a round of applause? When I walked in the building, I said, I don't know what's happening, because usually when there's a gathering of women, there is noise. When there's a gathering of women, there is celebration. So can we just ululate? As introduced, my name is Beatrice Schultz, and it's an honor to be here this afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. And I must say, it's so wonderful to be among women and the gentle men that are in the room. Hear how I said that? Gentle men. The he for she's that are here this afternoon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So to answer your question, I see that there's a lot of answers that have already been taken place, especially with the research that was done when it comes to the subtle je ne sais quoi that women bring to leadership. I want to paint a picture for you. Imagine a woman, a mother, a wife, with children. Her husband is working, but he's hustling, but ends are not meeting as they should per se. School fees is needed, food is needed, school uniform is needed. Somehow, the mother makes a way. We don't know how, but somehow she makes a way. And that is my story. My mother is a seamstress, and through sewing, she was able to send 6 children through university. My siblings, we have doctors of doctors, we have managers, we have people who I would say have done well. And it's through my mother that we were able to achieve that. Yes, my father was there, God bless him, because I like to say he's the first feminist I ever knew. He was the one who sent 4 daughters to school in a time in society where it was seen as a taboo to educate the girl child. And I'm very grateful that he stood by his principles and he sent my sisters and I to school. So when it comes to those subtle nuances that I love about women, is that we have the ability to take what we have and make it into more. And if you look at women leadership all across Africa, you will see that our resources that were given isn't always abundant. Somehow when it comes to funding men's initiatives, when it comes to funding things for even male entrepreneurs, because I work with giving skills and tools to entrepreneurs in Namibia, they don't always fund the women programs. But somehow those women will use that $10 that they were given and they will stretch it and make it $1,000. And ladies and gentlemen, that is not a light skill. Another thing that women are able to do, and our Mr. Abdul Badru just touched on it now, is that women are able to build trust across diverse communities. Why? Because we were built for relationship. A woman will look into you, she will build intimacy with you, which is into me you see. She's not just listening because to pass by, but she will ask you about the child you mentioned was sick the other day. She will ask you about the job you wanted to start, and that builds connection, and that builds trust. Women are able to create atmospheres in where people are seen. And let's be honest, with influence, when it comes to leadership, if there is no influence, there is no leadership. And that is why it is not through position that women lead, but it's the ability to move people from point A to point B, where point B is a better place. And through that, we see women across Africa leading in such powerful roles, from the mother all the way to powerful places like our new president in Namibia, Meme, as we call her, Nandi Ndaitwah, the first president who is a woman in Namibia. Another turning scarcity is that women are able to turn scarcity into creative opportunities and finding pragmatic pathways to scale small wins into sustainable projects. Many women leaders are skilled at weaving informal networks into formal institutional change. As was said earlier today, your network is your net worth. And I hope you build onto that and realize that it's not just about meeting people and talking to them and getting their number, but it's a desire to see into them and build relationship with them. I am where I am today because the relationship that I have built. If I were to tell you about where I started from, I always like to say I'm an executive housewife. I'm an executive housewife who was recently promoted to chief executive housewife because I had my first baby. So I'm very excited. So at the end of the day, it's important that we understand that when women are in leadership, another skill that is often not so obvious is that we're able to practice inclusive listening. So we don't listen to respond, but we listen to understand. Imagine you're cooking a meal, your child is talking to you about something they need for homework or a need that they have. Your husband is on the other side demanding things, but somehow mommy is able to put all these things into category and address each need. And we see that in the workplace as well. As women, we lead, I believe, in 360 leadership, right? To the bottom, we lead with love. To the side, we lead with support. To the top, we lead with doing our jobs well. And in that, we're able to reach every single aspect by actively listening to include. Another thing that is very subtle, and it was mentioned earlier, is resilience. But not only resilience, but adaptive resilience. Why? Because with the structures in which we find our spaces, we're not built with women in mind. Let's be honest. How many breastfeeding rooms do we have in offices here in Tanzania? None. But how many nursing mothers are sitting here today? A lot, myself included. You see, so when we are able to sit in spaces, we're able to go to offices, we're able to lead with these systems that were never designed for us in the first place. And because of that, ladies, give yourself a round of applause because you are the leaders in Africa today, right? And I must say, just because I'm so excited, in Namibia, we have made history as the first country with a female president, a female vice president, and a female secretary general for our leading party, and a female Speaker of the National Assembly. And I don't know about you, but when you walk into Namibia, there is a different vibe. There is a softness in knowing that we are in good hands because a mama is in control. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Beatrice. And I think, yeah, we needed that vibe, yes? to get us into the vibe. and I think what you said in terms of not needing to be in the top position in terms of a CEO and MD to have impact. You really spoke to what our chief guest also challenged us to be at in terms of having action, where you can have influence and having impact, because he said those three things, and I think you really just wrapped that all up. And just as a side note, I had a conversation with Beatrice, again, very short but meaningful. So I found out she's a new mother, she has a 5-month-old baby, she's left the baby back in Namibia with her brother's wife, because sisi wa Tanzania wifi, yeah, mawifi. But she trusts that she has that support system and the network in place for her to be able to leave her 5-month-old in Namibia with a wifi. Jamani, nadhani sijui tunaelewana, eh? With a wifi and come to Tanzania and be with us here today. But another thing in terms of having policies in place, I think Dr. Suma, you'll speak a lot about this, Mama Mlama, in the next panel. As a breastfeeding mother, she asked, she came and she was asking if there was a milk bank for her to be able to pass her, no, she's pumping, but for her to be able to pass her milk because her baby's not here. And in other countries, they have gone that step forward where there are milk banks. So you can go and donate your milk because their mothers, if orphans, their mothers have died during childbirth, they don't get breast milk. And of course, that's a whole different conversation. But just in the 5 minutes I had this conversation with her, we got to that level as women, as mothers, asking her how she's doing handling being away from her child, and how she was able to get on a plane and not turn around. But again, supportive sisters, supportive structures, and being able to still understand that as a woman in that space that you occupy, you took the space. Again, the chief guest, saying that women, when you're given the space, take your space. So she really is reflective of that. And so just the final round, which is going to be quick, I'm going to turn to Dr. Patricia. So then how do you make sure in all that you do and all that you are, that you maintain yourself and you grow yourself, that you still grow? Yes, you now hold a very powerful top position at the bank, but how do you make sure that you're sustaining yourself and still growing?
The world is a classroom. I live to learn. Every day presents new challenges, experiences, and lessons. But most importantly, it's about humility, remaining humble. No matter what leadership role one finds herself or himself, it's so important to remain grounded, because it's only when you're grounded that you maintain your authenticity. So for me, I've managed to go through the blocking and tackling by remaining authentic and maintaining my humility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, again, humility also came out in the study as well. But also, I think you're also speaking to being agile and being adaptable, which also echoes what Ms. Beatrice was saying in terms of adaptive listening, adaptive management, and just being able to almost chameleon-like reading spaces, reading the room, and see where your path can take you. Mr. Abdul Razak, what efforts in your leadership position have you made in making sure that you're also inspiring and motivating women both current and emerging. We've heard in the morning as well that Uongozi Institute is also looking at and establishing an emerging leaders program. What are you doing to help create this pool of women and ensuring that they're climbing the ladder for decision-making positions?
No, I'm not sure I'm inspiring them or I've inspired anyone. In the next research, if they wish to speak to someone. Probably what I could say is the things that I do that I'm thinking they do contribute to, moving women leaders to the next level or helping them to achieve their leadership ambition. Let me probably start with the small things that you wouldn't think of them and how they make a difference. One time we were designing a new building and everyone else talked about great things, the boardroom, the offices, and all those things. And I think no one will talk about breastfeeding corner, for instance, and or nursing place where breastfeeding staff could actually use that place during those moments. And when we mentioned this, it didn't look very big, but in the end, we managed to have it, and it somehow influenced how we look at, or how we rather empower women to be able to discharge their roles. So I said I would spoke about small things that I think I've done, and I think they've influenced or helped women to become what they are. The other small thing that I thought helped, I actually learned from women themselves, and I never knew what it meant. I had to work on a structured mentored program, which was influenced by something that I never knew what it meant. They used to talk about the secretos. I would hear people talk about my secreto, and I never knew what it meant. Then I had to do my own research. And just to realize, so each one has a colleague who help him out during hard times and hard moments. And then I realized how useful it could be to have a structured mentorship program, particularly for women managers, women leaders, to help them, run through the ladder in their leadership. And I think that worked very well to, build confidence and get women to have targets, growth targets to get to the next levels. Of course, the other one is very obvious. I had worked in a place where, when I arrived, the whole management group was mainly like a soccer team, with hardly no lady, and it doesn't look even good when you sit in a place where you have these people, with heavy voices in a room, and then you just wanted to mix the voice, mix bias, typical of those. And then we had to have slowly having ladies in the management cadre to blend it up. And you just have to have now a plan to get them there. You don't get into that seriously. But the other thing was to start a program where you slightly wanted to have, women experts or leaders in certain sectors that are assumed to be male. I remember at one place where the IT department was full of, men, and then it was never like a female space. And then we had to work around to start having managers in IT, managers in finance, managers in places that are thought to be very hard for men to have women as a balancing. And of course, kind of establishing the team link programs each quarter, where you'd have people in different groups, in different departments, in different professions speak together, and women or female managers have a space to sit down, speak with their mentors and the lead resource to help them out, identify how to tackle the challenges, how to do all those things here and there. Recently, I actually started a small choir at my place, and I called it Sister's Voice. And it's a way of getting these women managers to actually, come together, sing, but as they sing, they're able to talk about their plans and how they could move forward, and how they could fight some unspoken kind of behaviors. In some places, in conservation, for instance, it's not an easy place for women. So you just have to have them with a space where they can be ready to survive. And of course, developing the capacity building programs where you have everyone else, but specifically women who have to have a plan to grow to the next levels. If you're an accountant, you're able to be certified in a year or so. If you're a lawyer, you should pick your license. If you're an IT, you should pick this. If you have a certificate at a point in time, you should pick an advanced degree, or if there are programs like this one, I've actually managed to send a couple of those, and I definitely should send a lot more in this program and several other programs that help women to, rise to the level where they can deliver differently and what they can do more. And of course, but not from my main work, from the other forum where I belong, we do have a public sector CEOs forum where we kind of started as a part of the Pioneer, the group where we talk about having many more women becoming CEOs, and on each one of those have to have a mentor. Frank had actually 3 of them, and he has successfully actually graduated. One to become a CEO, disclose your secret here. So Frank is a great man. And so we said, let us help, our colleagues to rise to the ladder. And let us help our friend to be ready for the tough moments. I wouldn't discuss about the tough moments that we go through. But then when you have the female CEOs, you should be able to prepare them to face the music that sometimes you don't know how it feels to be. That's it. As a way of, helping out and contributing to building the strong women leadership in country. So I think these are some of the few things that, did in the future, currently doing, and hopefully will continue doing in the future in my different capacities as a leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, you're really highlighting the intentionality, yeah? Like it is deliberate, it is intentional. And so, and this will lead very nicely into the second panel. Issues of policies, structures, systems, and of course in that panel, so I'm sure he'll also be able to share some of the to pick from what has been said here, and it's capacity building, coaching, mentorship. So we're really starting to see a string of thematic and key approaches that need to be in place. But again, having you on this panel speaks to the importance of having male allies, and that also is one of the unique attributes of the WLP program of Uongozi Institute. It really seeks to work with male allies and have male engagement in this program, acknowledging the space that they take up and the role that they play and that they should play, that they can play in ensuring that we're building a pool of ready women to take up leadership positions in all sectors and all areas. So to conclude, I'm going to turn, I'm saving Ms. Beatrice for last because I think we need to end the panel with the same vibe that she brings to us. So when you look at yourself and what got you here, you said that you used to be, you referred to, now you're the chief executive of your home, right? But what could you have done better in terms of this foundation that you lead? You have worked, you've risen, you're now managing this amazing foundation. What could you have done better now looking back, right? Hindsight is always 20/20. But so what could you have done better, and what are your go-to tools and skills that you hone in on when the tough situations come about? Karibu, Ms. Beatrice.
Thank you so much for that. Indeed, looking back is 20/20 vision. And when I look back into my journey, I would say the one thing I could have done better is learning to delegate earlier. And that is delegating within the organization as well as delegating at home. Yeah? In the beginning, I carried too much on my own shoulders. I wanted to do everything. But I later realized that you can't do everything. Yes, I can do everything, but doing everything wasn't beneficial to the organization. So I had to learn to delegate so that I would have more time to build stronger partnerships, to cast vision, and to really go out there and build the company. And it wasn't easy, like leaving my little one now with my sister-in-love, as I like to call her. But it was really learning to delegate and to allow myself to trust the people I work with. Lastly, I could have been more proactive in sharing my voice on larger platforms. Now, it might not look like it, because I'm very effervescent. But I'm an introvert at heart. And being on stages terrifies me. Yes. Whew. In Namibia, we don't say my goodness, we say my godness. So really, I think if I was bold enough, courageous enough to stand on bigger platforms. For example, in Namibia, I organize TEDx talks, right? I organize many platforms, but you'll never see me standing on the platform. I'll always be behind the scenes. So if I had stood on platforms more and created more visibility and attracted more support into what I'm doing, I think it would have propelled my organization further in where it is today. And I love how on your research you mentioned humility. In an African context, especially when it comes to women, in Namibia we greet like, we go down, and as a woman you must be humble. You can't dream too big, you can't want too much, you can't ask too much, you must remain humble. And that is the mindset that I had. I didn't want to achieve too much, I didn't want to reach out too much, I wanted to remain humble. I wanted to be so humble that I was proud of my humility. You get it? So really, in hindsight, those are the two main things that I should have done early. Delegate, delegate, delegate. And that comes with true leadership. When you are able to lead your people, you are able to trust them knowing that they will carry the vision further. So a good leader is determined by your team. Is your team able to carry a task through as passionately as you are in your absence? That is true leadership. And I had to learn that. And I wish I had done it sooner, but alas, they say, if only is always at last. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of this panel, and I know that you may have questions. We are really tight on time, so I would like to quickly move to the second panel, and our panelists will be available and around during the lunch break, so you'll be able to engage with them more. Again, intentional connections, intentional networking. But can we please give a round of applause for Dr. Rosemary, Ms. Beatrice, Mr. Abdul, and Dr. Patricia Avery. Thank you very much, Asanteni Sana. So I think now, na sisi tunajifunza kitu, eh? Are you seeing that she does this? Huh? And sometimes for us women, it's more ladylike and it's more fancy. Kuhangaika na makofi sana. Because I've been watching her even when she reacts to things on Fanya Chini Chini. So we can also, there's things that we can. Thank you. So that panel really spoke to the research presented by Carol. I think we could all see that those 55 women that Carol and Mama Rusimbi and Professor Mena spoke to, and the 6 case studies that were highlighted, really showed the attributes that the 3 women and our male ally presented in terms of the attributes, the qualities that women are bringing into leadership, but also the importance of making sure that there's a pool of ready women leaders. And now that goes back and echoes what was said by the keynote speaker in terms of if women occupy 55, almost over 50% of the total population in the world, and yet we're not tapping into who they are in those numbers, we have a significant gap in an untapped potential in the pool of leaders that we could have in all spheres of life. So now the second panel, we're now going to look deeper into what was already, it started to come out in the first panel, in terms of looking at now how we can advance women more into leadership roles. And this is looking at intentionally what policies, what systems, what structures are in place. And this really, we're trying to move away from women leaders being subjective, you know, coming based on to it being now an objective framework in how to ensure that we actually have, again, women who are ready for leadership positions. So in this panel, I'm extremely excited about these 4 people. And I've engaged with most of them, I think, if not all. And so I do know that the capacity to speak and to give examples. And all 4 are here with us today physically. So first we have Professor Penina Mlama, who has been mentioned a few times. She's a professor, emeritus professor at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. And as a side note, she was the second, after my mother, when I was born, she was the second person to hold me. This is my... This is my second mother and my mother's best friend to date. And I think Nikoto kutoka Ashira, said Ashira girls. So can you imagine? Ashira girls. So you come on nakumbuka. I think some of the generation, you're younger, but for those who remember Ashira girls from back in the day. So for 50 years, she's been my second mother, and again, role models and people to look up to. And again, also as a side note, sisterhood and friendship and networking. When my father passed, this lady here slept with my mother in the bed, kila siku mpaka tumezika. Understand? Like that level of friendship and the depth, kutoka utotoni. So she was, in terms of when you're looking at academia, it was the first cream of women who went to university. So I think you and my mom, you graduated at the University of Dar es Salaam in 1970, Gabi, 71. Yeah, they're 78, because I knew well. So it was the first cream of women who went to Chuo Kikuu, to university. So it was her, my mother, and a few others. And then we have Dr. Suma Kare, who is the team currently in her role. She's worn so many hats I cannot mention here, but currently she's a team leader of the EU-funded technical assistance project for the Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Special Groups, and she's also one of the facilitators for the WLP program, Uongozi's program. And then we have Dr. Nzuri Isa, very excited to have you. And she is the Tanzania Media Women's Association's director from Zanzibar. So we do have representation from Zanzibar, but again, it surpasses Zanzibar, the fantastic and amazing work that she's doing. And Frank, and last but not least, he was already mentioned by our previous speaker, we have Mr. Frank Nyabudege, who's the managing director of the Tanzania Agriculture Development Bank, TADB, here in Tanzania. Karibu sana. So I will walk to this. So I will start with Dr. Suma. Your wealth of experience in this area, especially looking at the policies and the systems and frameworks to really advance women leadership in Tanzania. And of course, you have beyond Tanzania experiences. So I'd really like to pick your brain first. We know that barriers exist and that these barriers persist, which prohibit women from ascending to leadership positions. So what systems or structures do we need to have in place to ensure that we have a pipeline of women leaders? What are some of the intentional measures that we can have?
First, let me extend my sincere gratitude to Uongozi Institute for allowing me to be part of this event, but also to share my little and small knowledge that I've gained over time, working both at grassroots level, policy level, and in academia. I think I'll start from where Abdul Razak ended from. When he was speaking, I was just listening, and I think there's a lot of good things that he's doing at his workplace as a CEO, not only where he is now, but he has been a CEO in many other places. And my question would be, so we all know that there are all these good intentions, and I think our moderator emphasized on it, that all these are very good intentions. And time and time of all the speakers, we heard about many good intentions. But the question is to Abdul Razak and others, are these intentions sustainable? Will they go on once you have left where you are? And are they sustainable? Will they go on? Will they be replicated? I think this is the question that I want to address. So policies and structures matter. They don't matter because they are very good, but they matter because they institutionalize our good intentions. If they are not institutionalized, then they don't make sense to us because they live with you. All the things that Abdul Razak talked about, once he leaves Ngorongoro Conservation Area, how will they continue? They won't continue. So this is where policies come in. And when I speak about policies, and structures, we are not only referring to the public service, we are also referring to the private sector. We are also referring to NGOs and development partners. So how do we institutionalize our good intentions and make sure that they're sustained, promoted, replicated, and maintained over time? I think they matter a lot. In terms of structures, I think quite a number of us have talked about, but I wanted to share with you one point that to me, always when I talk about policies and others, is that opportunities are equally distributed. They are. I mean, if you go back, reflect on Tanzania, we all have equal opportunity to education, isn't it? We all can go to school and attain educational certificates. But do we really all go to school? No. So opportunities are equally distributed, but access is not. And I think policies and structures emphasize on access. So we need them. Now, in terms of structures, what sort of structures that I think are very important for us to propel the pipeline of women leaders that we have into leadership? I think one other point that was emphasized by previous speakers was, again, our statistics. The 300 women who have gone through Uongozi leadership program will be joined by the 100 women who will come in. So it will be about 400 of you. But remember, for Tanzania, you are joining a number of other women who are already eligible for leadership in government, in private sector, and NGOs. But the question is, why haven't they been at the top? There are not many are in leadership. I mean, in case of Tanzania, yes, we have made so much progress, but if you look at the permanent secretary level, we currently have 6 women permanent secretaries out of 27 permanent secretaries. If you look at directors in the ministry, I'm not scaring you. This program is very good and you'll get there. But these are the things that we need to talk about and reflect on. And in terms of directors in our ministries, we have 27 directors out of 107. So it's not an easy journey to get to the top. Okay? You will be mentored and mentored and mentored, but getting there is not easy. But you will get there. And you are being prepared to navigate around all the barriers for you to be there. So what I'm saying is we need structures, and these are very important structures. One of the structures that we need is the mentorship and sponsorship program. Dr. Patricia talked about Franny hand holding her to where she is. That is sponsorship. You can be mentored as much as you can,
But if there's no one to speak about you in the room where you're not present, then you won't get there. So we need to talk about us. When you are in the room and we are not in there, but you know about us, speak about us, sponsor us, because that's what we need, in addition to mentorship. So we have a mentorship program in Tanzania, which is just new now, at least one structured and institutionalized. But the question is, as you heard in the morning when the CEO of Uongozi talked about, it's sponsored, isn't it? By the European Union, the Finnish government, and to some extent the government of Tanzania. But the question is, the large part of it will probably end once the program ends. So how do we institutionalize the mentorship program? I've seen that Mwanamto from the public service was here. So my advice is we need to institutionalize this program. It becomes part of your regular government business and funded through the government. Then you would have more people being mentored. I'm told there were about more than 1,000 people applied for this cohort 7 and 8, and only 100 could get a space in this. So you need to institutionalize it in our public service, but also in the private sector and in NGO sector. But the sponsorship program, I think Uongozi is still working on it in terms of structuring it and making it institutional. The mentorship program is already there, and Abdul Razak was telling us that he also has a mentorship program in his organization, so we need to see it more formalized. But we also need a transparent, gender-sensitive recruitment, promotion, and succession processes. I mean, how are people, we should ensure that, and this will ensure women are in the candidate pool and they have a fair chance. If you do not institutionalize it and have a very clear, transparent system, then it is very possible. Imagine a leaky system where only those you have been mentored, you have been prepared, you have been identified, and you are looking forward to go to the top. And then tomorrow, you hear that this leaky system has allowed those who have not been prepared to be at the leadership position. That will be a bit discouraging to us. So we need that transparent and gender-sensitive recruitment process. And I know when you discuss with colleagues in the public service, they will tell you, oh, but our system, and not just in Tanzania, I was privileged to work in Cameroon, and I've met someone here from Cameroon. I was very happy to see her. And I spoke to her about my story that I didn't speak French, and I went to the senior government office, and the person was so open to ask me, how did you get the job when you don't speak French? But anyway, I managed to finish my contract in Cameroon. So in these places, they will tell you that, but we have a public service system where everybody gets an equal chance to get into the public service because of our transparent recruitment process. And I said, that's very good. But in this recruitment process, why is it that women are still few who are getting in? And they have degrees, they have been mentored, they have professional skills, they are competent, but why are they not getting to the top? It means there's something wrong with our, not something wrong, but we need to make some adjustment and improvement to our recruitment process. But there's also, I've talked about mentorship, but also data and metrics to track gender balance in leadership with mechanisms for accountability. I wanted to ask Abdul Razak, but there was no time, and I was saying, you have these women at the management level. Is it because you are a kind person, because you have gotten well and understood the gender policy, or because you are held accountable? And having women leaders in top position is part of your metrics. I think we need to include in our performance management systems of our senior leaders the measurement on women in leadership. And it does happen. My understanding for those who are coming from Rwanda, I understand that this kind of structure is what has contributed largely to Rwanda being a champion on women, on gender equality and women participation in leadership.
I'll give an example. The program that I'm leading in our ministry, the EU-funded program, is results-based financing, and it has metrics. Women leadership is not one of the metrics, but at least having a structure for GBV in your workplace is one of the metrics. And if you don't have it, then in the next round of funding, your funding goes down because you don't have it. So having data and metrics and mechanisms for accountability embedded in our performance systems is very important. In Nordic countries, I think they also have similar systems. You are measured in your performance. It includes your journey towards increasing women participation in your leadership. And we can also do it in private sector. We can do it in the NGO sector. Recently, I think I want to take note and recognize a very good effort that has been made by our central bank. Last year, I think the central bank issued a directive to all commercial banks to ensure that they have women in their management team. They have equal representation of men and women in their management team. I don't know if we have someone from the central bank here. I don't know to what extent. Thank you. Congratulations. I don't know to what extent the commercial banks have complied with it, because again, since morning we were hearing this, that we have policies, but if they are not enforced, they don't make any sense. Now, in terms of policies, we do have policies, and there's one specific policy that I want to reflect on, and this is an affirmative action or gender quotas. Across the African countries, we have our constitutions embedding a principle of equal men and women participation in leadership. I think the 30% mark has been included in our constitutions. But I'm very unfortunate, and I wish this could happen. I don't know if it has happened in other countries, but I know that in Tanzania, we do not have specific quotas to compel or incentivize managements to include women in their leadership by 30%. I don't know, maybe Abdul Razak can probably that. So we need to go beyond and have those quotas embedded in these institutions. And I think we can get this from our public service commissions, demanding that recruitment in the public service ensures that at least there's 30% women in the overall employment, but at least in the leadership there's 30%. One of the areas where I think we really need to work fast, because one of the things that we are doing in the EU program is to accelerate. So it's not just a gender equality, but we want to accelerate the numbers. Come 2030, when we are accountable for the Sustainable Development Goals, at least we would have reached the mark of 50-50. Now, we need those measures. And one of the measures is we really need to very quickly come up with policies of demanding that in the appointive positions, especially in the boards, there's 30% or 50% women. At the moment, we don't have, and our Treasury Registrar in Tanzania could help us a lot, but still you need to change the charters of some of our institutions. I sit in boards of many government institutions, and I think their limiting factors is their establishing charters, and we need to make change on them. Now, on the affirmative action, I think in the morning it was Catherine and someone else, and I think Dr. Nkomo also mentioned about it. We still have non-work related barriers that are stopping us from ascending to the leadership position, especially those ones related with our double shift. I think someone talked about our double shift. When you act as an employee and you're a senior leader, but you have as a CEO of your own house to take care of. We talked a lot about childcare and elderly care as an important role for a woman. I cannot emphasize. I mean, we still have to deliver on our reproductive roles. And I can see for many of you who are in cohort 7 and 8, you are still in your reproductive age. So these are the factors that will, maybe some of you have passed, sorry if I have. Yeah, but I was assuming many of you are in your mid-30s or early 30s and mid-40s. So one of the things is child and whatever care. In other countries, they've actually come up with policies to support those women with sub-tax allowances on child care. Imagine, and I think researchers can also take this point, the level of productivity of women at places is on average not to the level expected because of the child care. If we came up with a policy and make child care services at least support women by even 75% as an allowance, I can tell you productivity would have multiplied by probably 50 or 60%. And this is not just for women who are employed in the public service. Let us also think about rural women who are not employed in a formal sector, but they are participating in agriculture. I don't know in other countries, but in Tanzania, 70% of the agricultural labor force is from agriculture. But we don't talk about maternity leave for those women. If we considered them in maternity leave, we would have increased agriculture productivity by probably 30 or 40%. So for researchers, you can take that, but I think it's an area where we really need to come up with policies. The other, again, I've talked about performance management frameworks, flexible work policies, and support structures. It's ironical though, even though we talk about the digitalized world, we still want everybody to be at work from morning to the evening. Why can't they work remotely? I mean, we need those policies to allow women to work remotely, look after, breastfeed, but at the same time do your work. And then we need anti-gender-based violence and harassment at workplace. I was telling some of you yesterday, on Saturday when I had a session, I feel sorry for many young women who are in the workplaces. GBV is a reality and sextortion is a reality. You don't go to the top unless you have succumbed to all sorts of pressure. So we need those policies, seriously institutionalized, followed up, and action taken. Because otherwise, it doesn't make sense. People will be getting to the top. Yes, they are women, but they are getting to the top because of these other factors which are dehumanizing. So we need those policies too. And in fact, enforcement of gender equality, including leadership, women in leadership laws and policies, alongside accessible justice systems. When you have an accessible justice systems, it is very important, because if I was aggrieved and I was treated unfairly, our justice system should be able to provide remedy to me. That includes also issues of sextortion. That also includes issue of gender-based violence. If your justice system is not working properly, then you don't get justice. In Tanzania, we have made big strides. We have a number of women now. I think one of the areas that is almost at par, based on our previous metrics of 30%, is our judiciary. We have had a lot of women there going in. And honestly, they've made a big difference. At the moment, the conviction of gender-based violence has gone to 60%, not because people are not treated fairly, it's just because the justice system has women who have fought and made sure this happens. At the moment in Tanzania, if you have a gender-based violence case, it takes 6 months for it to be completed. That is a big milestone. Education for girls is the last point that I want to talk about. We can have mentorship programs, but honestly, education is the production system. If you look at women in leadership in terms of a manufacturing firm, education is where you are manufacturing these women who at the end of the day will qualify for these mentorship programs. Now, if you have girls, yes, we have made a lot of progress in all African countries in terms of gender parity at the primary level. We are doing very well, and we now have in some countries a bit of a problem of our boys. They are dropping off at primary schools. We are working on it, not just in Tanzania, but I think in other African countries. Where we still have problems is that many of our girls are not, at least in Tanzania, are not transiting to secondary school. Why? Because of early marriages, and because of teen pregnancies. We need to address this because we will not have many at the leadership level if they don't complete their primary education. So we need to address this. We are addressing it. I think there was one of the women who was profiled here. She participated in one of the inspirators into the re-entry program. And the re-entry program is a tacit policy by the government, not just in Tanzania, for many African countries, to provide space for those women who dropped out at school for pregnancy and early marriages to get back to school. So that's a very good policy. And it's the same thing even at our workplace, in private sector and whatever. If there are those women who are employed but dropped in for one reason or the other, we can have intentional policies to get them back. Because otherwise, if you allow it, then you won't get to the 50% come at a time. But we really need. The last point is, in our universities, and I've heard there are quite a number of people here from academia, not just in Tanzania. It's very unfortunate that girls go to universities, but quite a number drop out. And we need to address this. Because honestly, there are spaces in the leadership, you need qualifications, isn't it? And if you don't have those qualifications, you don't have a degree or a master's degree. And in Tanzania, I know that you can't have a director if you don't have a master's degree. So if they are dropping out at the university, then we need to find out. So we need policies across the board. And thank you for giving me more time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suma. And for cohort 8, you're seeing the quality of the facilitators that you're going to have. I mean, this is like a wealth of knowledge sitting right there. So thank you very much for being very, very specific in the type of system structures and policies that we should have in place. So I'm not going to repeat and dilute in the interest of time. Your message was very clear. You speak very eloquently in terms of what is needed. You mentioned two things. One's the issue around the academia and the education system. We have Professor Mlama here, but also you touched on the circular from the Bank of Tanzania, where you're speaking to the financial sector. So for that, I'd like to turn to Mr. Frank Nyabudege, Managing Director at Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank. Working at the intersection of two critical sectors for Tanzania, which is agriculture and finance banking, what are some of the barriers that you see facing women in getting into the leadership roles in this sector? And of course here, if you could also react to Dr. Suma's comment in terms of that circular that was passed last year from the BOT, the directive rather, instructing the top management to have a certain quota, a certain percentage of women. And then also then speak to why is it important to have male engagement in advancing leadership, and what role have you played specifically in your current position, and what are you doing in the bank? Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Namwaka. As you said, I'm the Managing Director of Tanzania Agricultural Development, which definitely works in two different sectors, which were the first one being the financial sector and the second one being the agricultural sector in Tanzania. So there's an intersection between the agricultural sector and the financing. And as we are saying, when looking into especially agricultural sector in Tanzania, probably 80% of what we bring into the table, the food basket comes from, or is produced by women. So definitely you can't underrate the women participation in the agricultural sector in Tanzania. But there are a lot of challenges that women do face, especially in the agricultural sector. And then I'll come to speak about financing especially. First and foremost, in the agricultural sector, many women who are participating in the agricultural sector, they do smallholder farming. And of course, with smallholder farming, they contribute almost 80% of what we produce. In Tanzania, currently our production in food items of food cereals is around 22.8 million tons. So 80% of that is produced by women. And I understand that most of you who have come from the villages in Tanzania here, you will know that the village settings, many of the men will not probably go to the farms. They will be just going there drinking, and then the women are the ones who are going to the farms. So at the end of the day, they ensure that they take care of the families and they produce for the family to ensure that they have enough food put on the table. So when you look into how financing or the challenges they can be able to get, definitely when you look into the banking sector or the financial institutions, in terms of lending, most of the banks, they require what we call collaterals as security. But structurally, women, not only in Tanzania, but even in Africa, they don't own collaterals because it has been structurally, or it has been norms for the families that land is owned by women. And then when you go to the banks, they want land as a collateral. But again, these women are the ones who are producing, or they are the farmers who are going to the farm for the family. So it becomes a challenge. Now, a few things that for us as TADB we've been able to do. When Dr. Suma was speaking, she mentioned about issues of system structures and policies. And for us, we've deliberately put some policies which are favoring women to ensure that they can be able to access the funds or access funding from banks. Not only TADB, but the banks, because for us being a development financial institutions, we also support banks to ensure that they lend to the agricultural sector in Tanzania. So within our policies, we have created one, is to ensure that women, we understand that they don't have security, so when they go to these banks, they'll be told you don't have security, so you don't qualify, and you can't get funding or can't get financing to go and develop what you're doing in the agricultural sector, being it in the crop or fisheries or even livestock. So we have come up with a policy where we call it Small Credit Guarantee Scheme, and we lend, especially to women, up to 70% of, we give up to 70% as a collateral to banks for them to be able to lend to women in Tanzania. And that has really seen a lot of women who could not be able to get facilities previously now getting facilities. We've been able to work with 19 banks in the country, and those 19 banks have been able to lend to almost 800,000 smallholder farmers, most of whom are women, and a total of 540 billion Tanzanian shillings have been lent out to these smallholder farmers, mostly of whom are women, as I said. And this really isn't the challenge that women have been facing in the agricultural sector. And we've seen quite a lot of production in the in the food systems across the country, because when the women are enabled, of course, the way they can be able to produce is more. So coming to the institution on the banking sector, I am privileged to lead one, and fortunately I've been a CEO for many years in the banking sector. One of the things that I've always done is to ensure that I promote women to bigger roles, because I know what they can be able to do. And I give an example what made me the push, which made me to support more women into the leadership role. I grew up in the family setting, and I understand many of you have grown in the similar setting as I, if you have grown into the villages, where my mom was the one who was the breadwinner for the house. And how was she doing? She was just preparing what we call vitumbua and going to sell to get something to take myself and my brothers to school. But not only our family, she could also help our brothers' kids who could not be able to get maybe school fees. They come there, Shangazi, we don't have school fees. And then she takes whatever she has kept because of selling vitumbua and then take these kids to school. So this woman, whom I can call her a superwoman, she was really be able to do quite a lot, and which men could not be able to do, including my father. And then when I grew up, I started appreciating how this woman was really hardworking, was really very supportive to ensure that she makes the family survive. So one thing that I learned is, if you support a woman, you are not only supporting her, you're supporting the family, you're supporting the entire household and the family and the close relatives. Currently, 45% of my directors are women. And being in the banking sector, there are two, I can say three, because three, I'll mention them, are in this position of directorship, which are women. Being a bank, we have a director of business who they source businesses, and then we have a directorate of credit who comes in, they do the analysis to ensure that this person qualifies or it doesn't qualify. So these two positions are led by women. The director of these positions are women. But we also have the human resources. She's also a woman. We also have the director of procurement. She's a woman. I have director of internal audit. She's a woman. But why am I saying like the directorate of business and credit? I always want women, because when we are doing the first panelists, they were talking of issues of trust, integrity. You'll agree with me. Women have high level of integrity than us men. Whether you agree or you don't agree, I always I tell people, just see when people are arraigned to the courts because of any abuse of offices. How many do you see being women arraigned to the court because of abuse of offices? You see none. Mostly are men. Yeah? So women have high level of integrity and trust. And when you are dealing with money, because banks will deal with money, the commodity we sell, we are not selling water, we sell money. We sell a commodity that everybody wants. And if you don't have people with high level of integrity, you'll ensure that you are losing. So what I always say, if you get women to lead these positions, they do extra what other men can do. When I joined the bank 4 years ago, it had a balance sheet of 300 billion. After 4 years, the balance sheet has grown to 1.2 trillion. 1.2 trillion. And the reason or the secret behind this is because people who are in business, people who are in credit are women. But also in the board, when I came in, I found the board had no any woman in the board. So I met my minister for finance. I said, you know what? For this board function properly, it has to have women. So when it ended, he asked me to bring some proposition. And then I sent names of women. And now 40% of the board members are women. And you know why? They support us a lot, and that's why even the performance, those who are following the performance of TADB has been exemplary, very good. And it's because from the board, we have women who can support us. And the women have always been, when you give a woman task, she does it better because she can be able to multitask. Even at the family settings, you have a woman who is cooking, who is washing some dishes, at the same time doing other activities. Try a man. I can tell you, we are going to struggle. I am one of them. When my wife travels, sometimes even I cannot make the bed because I'm a man. But the women, they do everything. So I've seen this happening into the institution, and we've really seen the institution going up. So just to finish, to finalize, how as men can we come in? We come in because one, structurally, men probably because of experience, we've been leaders. So what we have to do is to ensure that the leadership skills we've attained over time, because of the privilege we've gotten, because of our manliness, let's pass it to women. So that's what we are doing. If you are being privileged to be a leader and you are a man, ensure that the skills you have attained, because probably you are not as bright as those women, but it's only the structure taking you to that top level, then take time to pass over. Because if you pass over these skills and knowledge, and the women get skilled, the benefit to the society becomes quadrupled than the benefit it would have been if a man is a leader. And that's what I gave an example previously of my mom, who could really be able to assist as much as she was just selling vitumbua. I understand if my father would have been selling vitumbua, I wouldn't have gone to school. And probably even we could not be well fed at home, but we were eating well. We went to school, and she went further, assisted even some of the relatives. So thank you so much. I think when you are thinking of ensuring that we empower women, let's ensure that we empower women, because when we empower a woman, we are empowering the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Frank. Thank you. And I think the example that you gave from your own history that has made you see the power of leadership powers in women is what Ms. Beatrice also said. You know, your mother sent all of you to school and she was a seamstress. Your mother, amewasomesha, amewalisha wote mpaka to the level that you're all grown by selling vitumbua. But also more powerful is when you're speaking about your composition at the bank. The 40% board represented is female, and 45% of your senior management. And I can actually attest to that. I've done some work with Frank in the past, and his team, his directors, they're women. And I was surrounded by strong women who we worked. And so what he's saying is absolutely correct. So thank you very much for sharing that, Frank. So I will now turn to Dr. Mzuri Isa, who is the director of the Tanzania Media Women's Association, based in Zanzibar. And I know also from a little bit I've read about you, you've also really you do a lot of policy advocacy, and you are also quite involved in some of the issues of ensuring that girls can come back to school for whatever reason that they dropped out. And so can you maybe tell us a little bit more how you have used policy advocacy to create pathways for women leaders? If you could give us examples from Zanzibar, that would be fantastic. And why is it important to embed women leadership in policy and formal structures? Of course, Dr. Suma already has mentioned some, but it'll really be great to hear from you and to hear from the space within which you occupy to the importance of advocacy and policy, and really grounding all of these issues that we're talking about within the policy. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. And also, before anything, I would like to echo the gratitude actually by my colleague for the Uongozi Institute to extend this invitation to us, especially me from Zanzibar, like a representative from Zanzibar here today in the panel, and probably take this opportunity also to welcome the 8th cohort to Zanzibar to see the beautiful island after some your physical training here. In terms of Zanzibar, we are doing policy effect on threefold. First is legal review or policy review, and then we do a lot of engagement and we do media advocacy. Yeah, I can give probably 2 quick examples of what we have done, because we are a media-based organization. Yeah, so we are doing a lot of engagement, and for example, with the Zanzibar Gender Inclusive Policy from Zanzibar Electoral Commission of 2015, and also gender policy of from the Women, Ministry of 2016. So taking the example of ZECO, Zanzibar Electoral Commission Policy, Gender Inclusive Policy of 2015, we came from a very actually, we can say marginalized background of women, less represented in the decision-making organs, and sometimes not even existed in the decision-making organs. For example, up to 2015, the Zanzibar Electoral Board, it was composed of 7 members. They were all men. Yeah. And we are talking about election where majority of voters normally are women. Yeah. And yet there were no actual representation in the board. So we did a lot of advocacy on that ground, and we can say that we are happy to say that the gender inclusive policy then came out of a very nice one and very accommodative in many ways. It talks about systematic data collection. It talked about, it had a lot of things, and through advocacy and engagement, now we can say that we started with one. They started with one, actually, board member. Now we have 2, at least, board members out of 7. So it's a kind of transformative a little bit, because, Zanzibar, for those who have not been there or those who are there, they know how traditional relatively it is. So from that actually sad background of women, less representation in decision-making organs. And for now, we can say, now it's 2025, we have, we can say, male change agent president, yeah? Out of 18 actually permanent secretaries, we have 7 who are women, for the first time ever, yeah? Because we used to have like either nil, or I remember those years when I was working with the government, it was like, when we asked, why no women in the permanent secretary or minister, say, no, there are no women who are educated, women don't have confidence, but now we're talking about 7. Yeah. And important thing I want to say is about how do we use media as well. So we use media a lot to talk about it, and even in our gender policy now and the laws that are enacted, actually, they have a phrase that talk about consider gender equality. In many laws, when ministers or even the president establish boards or committees, because in the beginning it could have gone without a woman at all. Yeah, and one vivid example, for example, I want to share with you quickly, and it's not because of pride, but it's because of sharing, okay? And a lot of lessons are actually here, because in 1822, very recently, like 3 years ago, there was appointed a board of Zanzibar Empowerment and Zanzibar Economic and Empowerment Agency. Yeah, it was a newly established organ, and then it was because of actually most of the empowerment. So when it was established, the board, 7 members actually of the board, they were announced, they were all men. And it was like, oh my God, what is this? So as Tama, because we use media, we issued a press statement that really we condemn this board, and we argue that to do something about it, to dissolve. And good thing, it went viral, and I remember even the minister in charge called me, and he says, please come, we need to talk. And unfortunately, I was traveling, and I said, I can't, I'm sorry, I'm traveling. But I stayed outside only for a week, and good thing when he came back, it was heard that the board was dissolved. Yeah, so I said, what a relief. That was in 2022, and a new board was actually instituted, and it had 3 members, women members. Yeah. And a good thing, when sometimes I hear out stories and they're saying, when you establish these boards, you have to be careful, because if you don't involve women, then Tamu Zanzibar is going to make noise about it. So we are seeing some changes, at least, and the message also I want to share with the cohort is like media advocacy is very important. Always, or many times, women are scared of using media. This is also the tool for empowerment and our voice, to come out. Otherwise, it will be just business as usual, and we'll be oppressed right under our nose. We see things, but we can't speak. So please speak up. And the media is our biggest tool and ally. Yeah, I maybe talking about the importance quickly. Yeah, I think it's very important women to sit in the decision-making boards, because they have worn the shoes. They've come from really long way. In here, everybody, if is allowed to talk about her own experience and background, they'll have a lot to talk about. So it's important to involve them in decision-making organs, because they're the ones who have the feeling, who know how to talk about them. And they are also inspirational. I think also Madam Samia has come from Unguja South, where in many years, girls did not even want to go to school. There were many times when we were called in Unguja South, asked to talk to girls, because for them it's like when they get matured, they say, what is the purpose of me going to school when I've already got matured, got puberty? Somebody else has been engaged, somebody has gone married already. Well, no, I'm not going to school anymore, I'm matured. So I think it's really, it helps actually to inspire the girls. Now a lot of people are talking about being in the positions. And another thing I want to mention is like when women are in decision-making bodies, it's important to break this taboo and actually slogans sometimes of some, not friend or good men, because there are men in the rooms that are good men, and there are some other good men outside. Kuna jambo hilo nalipenda kulisema, kwa mfano, when we talk about women decision-making organs, they like to say, women are given this upendeleo, why upendeleo? There are people like, they don't want to hear about special seats, about quota system. For them, it's like women are being favored against men. So at least when you are in the room in decision making, you get time to explain, it's not upendeleo. It's because of the injustice perpetuated against women and girls for many years. And they cannot really fight right now with you equally when they've been marginalized and they've been buried actually. It's like somebody who's been buried for 20 years and is working now and asked to fight against certain bondia. It's not easy, right? Yeah, so at least it's important when we are there, we expand that notion. And another thing I've learned mostly in Zanzibar especially, and I think it's also part of the researches around women leadership position, is the way women are able to volunteer and commit to the cause. Sometimes, for us, we do a lot of community interventions and also nationwide. When you go to rural areas, when you go to some places, you talk about something being maybe circles, village groups, committees. Men are not scared, they're not afraid to ask, how much are you going to pay us? Yeah, but for women, no, they are willing to do, they are happy. Yeah, doing it. Yeah, we are going to do it. We are going to volunteer this and this. And so I think, it's really good. It's like a payback for them, really, to be in the decision-making organs. And they will volunteer in any way, with or without money or resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mzuri. And I think that's a really good segue into our last panelist, Professor Penina Mlama, who I left her to last because part of her story, Carol already shared some of it during her presentation. But we'll give her a chance to tell us a little bit more about, in all the years, Professor Mlama, of working with academia and in academia, you've pushed against some of the systemic barriers facing women. And again, Carol alluded and spoke to some of this. The barriers that face women getting into leadership and other decision-making positions. What are some of the key changes that you implemented during your tenure at the university? And why were these changes important? And finally, I think I'm just going to do the two-in-one here, so because we are out of time. And what structures, if instituted, will remove some of the barriers? Like what more, basically, essentially, what more can be done? You've done a lot, but what more could be done? Karibu sana, Professor Mlama.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share a thing or two with this audience. It's really a great pleasure. Talking of my experience, I'll be going back many years back because of my age, as you know. But I thought I needed to share with you what happened in terms of policy changes to bring about changes that would advance the cause of women. So I would like, if you allow me, to give a very specific example. And I'm doing that because I want to say that generally in Africa, or in Tanzania specifically, we have policies at the national level. The national frameworks provide good policies for gender equality. Our countries have signed in to many protocols, including, the Maputo Protocol, the AU Protocol, the Beijing Platform for Action. So at the national level, there are all these policies which actually support gender equality at every level. But the problem comes at the institutional level. All of us belong to institutions, I believe, because I believe you come here to get training for leadership. I believe most of you are employed. They are in particular institutions. And the issue is that at that institution level, these policies are not being translated into action to bring about change. So I was, to begin with, going to challenge each one of us in terms of what are we doing to ensure that these policies that are already there are being translated into action at our own institutions where we're working. Because we can't sit and complain that women are not getting equal opportunities in this and in that. In our own institution, we can't sit and complain that there are no members of the board, there are not enough directors, there are not enough managers who are women, and we are sitting right there. doing nothing about it. So the challenge is, what do we do ourselves to bring about this change? Because unless we take action and do something, those policy frameworks, the national policy frameworks, are going to be there forever. I mean, take Tanzania, for example. For a long time, Tanzania has ratified the Maputo and the AU protocol that leadership must be 50-50, men and women. But many institutions have not reached that level. And many institutions, other institutions have ended just at 30%. Yeah? Because that is the easy one. But the protocol says at least 30%. But once they reach that 30%, then they don't move on. But what are we doing to push them to go all the way to 50%, which is the latest protocol about gender equality? So what I'm saying is that it is our duty, each one of us, to bring about this change, because if we don't do it ourselves, nobody's going to do it for us. And I don't think we should just sit and complain. We should be part of the process of bringing about this change. But my second point is that it is not easy. We are talking of struggles, and we have to be prepared for the struggle to bring about this gender equality, for the struggle to bring about change. If you are lucky, you have a leader like my brother here, who knows the importance of having a board which has a good percentage or equal representation of men and women. If you're unlucky, you have a leader who doesn't care. So how do you work with a leader who doesn't care to make sure that we bring up the gender equality? This is where the policy comes in. And I'm going to give you this example to show you that actually change can come at the institutional level if you push for it. I'm from the University of Dar es Salaam. And back in the 90s, I was the Deputy Vice Chancellor for the University of Dar es Salaam in charge of academics. In 1994, the percentage of girls who were being admitted at the university was only 17%. Now, this is the university, and at that time, we only had two universities, the University of Dar es Salaam and the University of Sokoine. So if the country is producing only 17% of graduates, how do you expect the country to have women leaders? Do people get leadership positions here without degrees? So in the first place, you need to have a degree, a first degree at most, a second degree, so as for you to be considered for any leadership position wherever. Now, if the university was not producing enough females with degrees, then it meant this country was not going to have women leaders. So it was very critical to to bring about a policy at the university that will push up the number of girls who are being admitted at the university. So we made, under my leadership, we did a lot of advocacy, but talking along was not working. So we had to push that the corporate strategic plan of the university. At that time, I was the Deputy Vice Chancellor, and I really pushed hard that the corporate strategic plan of 1994 had to have a very specific objective about achieving gender equality at the University of Dar es Salaam. And the targets were that we are going to change the admission rates from the 17% to reach 50% in the 5 years of the strategic plan. We were very ambitious. We were very ambitious, but we had to do it. We had to be crazy. Yeah? So, objective number 13 of that strategic plan, I remember the number until today, was about gender equality. Now, once the objective was passed, once the strategic plan was passed, the university faculties had no option but to implement the strategic plan and objective number 13. Now, in order to achieve that, we had to have targets per year. So it was not possible to admit 30% girls immediately. So we said we'll go incrementally. So every year, 10% more. Every year, 10% more until we reach 50%. So that was done. And it was a rule that during admission, every faculty had to make sure they admit minimum for the first year, minimum and increase 10%. So for the first year, it was 27%. There was a lot of resistance, a lot of resistance. I'll give you just one example, which I love giving all the time. The Faculty of Law at that time, now during the University Admission Board meeting, the Faculty of Law came to the meeting without following that provision. They just didn't admit the 17% that was required, the 10% extra. But the other faculties had done it actually, which means it was possible. The girls were there. They were not just being admitted. So why didn't the faculty admit according to the new regulation? They said, we decided. We don't think we need to do it. It is just a decision by the collegium. We are not going to do it because we don't think, we believe in this new regulation. So we didn't admit according to the strategic plan. Now, because it was in the strategic plan and because it was university policy, they had to go back and admit. There was no option. So they had to go back and admit, otherwise face consequences. Yeah, so they had no option. But that was the easy part now. After that, they were all, because let me tell you, the Faculty of Law, actually, you know, girls, when they, everybody, any student, when they go to study law, they are supposed to have a background of languages, history, and the humanities. So in actual fact, the Faculty of Law did not have shortage of candidates because a lot of girls were going into the humanities and the arts. So a lot of girls were passing in those subjects. So they couldn't come up with an argument to say that there were no people to admit. It was just some kind of resistance. But then the problem came with the sciences. Now, the sciences came up and said, okay, Professor, this new rule of yours, we don't have girls who are passing well enough to go into the sciences. So we can't admit because they are not there. So we had to come up with the various structures now to address those kind of gaps. The first step that we took, you know, at that time, the whole country was admitting, University of Dar es Salaam and Sokoine University was admitting only about 3,000 students because there were no other universities at that time. But the passing candidates who had the qualification to enter the university were about 7,000. So about 4,000 were being left out because there were no spaces at the university. So because we knew there were candidates who were not being admitted because of spaces, so we came up with a new structure, which was made a temporary policy, that we are going to have affirmative action for girls' admission. So girls would be admitted by half a point less than the boys. Not that they didn't qualify, because let's say the qualifying point was 3 points. Because there weren't enough passes, we were admitting only at 6 points. So what we did was, then girls would be admitted at 5.5. Yeah? So in that way, the numbers of the girls went up. But still, it was not enough for the sciences. Because of the many problems of science education at the secondary school level, girls were not performing very well in the sciences. So we had to come up with another structure. So for the sciences, the girls who applied to go to the sciences, if they didn't qualify to enter the university by 0.5%, or 0.5 points, they were admitted. But after admission, they went through a course for 8 weeks. They went through a course that was run by the university for 8 weeks. And if they passed that course, they were admitted like regular students like the others. Now, by using that pre-entry program in the sciences and in engineering, in the 5 years of the strategic plan, we were able to admit 777 girls into the sciences. We didn't reach the 50% at the end of the strategic plan, but because it now became a policy and mandatory, today, as I speak, the admission for girls at the University of Dar es Salaam is 48%. So you see, maybe in a few years, in 2 or 3 years' time, they will reach 50-50. But that would not have happened without that very specific action to have very specific institutional policy and institutional structures at the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm giving you this example because what I want to say is that we can actually bring about change at our own institutions by making sure that policies are instituted, structures are instituted to address the gender gaps that we are talking about. And I'm sure if each one of us does it at their own level, the change will come. Because if we had waited for the government to bring about the changes at the University of Dar es Salaam, it would never have happened. So I'm just appealing to all of us that when we are talking of policy for transformation, it's about us, each one of us doing something at their level. What was it?
In terms of what more can be done?
What more can be done? The issue of at the university.
In academia, yes, academia.
A lot more still ways to be done. This I gave us only one example, but this gender equality policy at the University of Dar es Salaam specifically, but at higher education level generally, calls for a lot of other action. For example, at the University of Dar es Salaam, we were also talking of recruitment, because you have to increase the recruitment rate in order to improve the gender parity in terms of staffing. We came up also with mainstreaming gender into management, in the government structure, governance structures, in all areas, so that you have to take into account gender aspects in whatever aspect of the running of the university. So you are not only talking of student admission, you are talking of staff recruitment, both academic and administrative. You are talking of mainstreaming gender into the academic programs, so that you also teach gender. And in fact, now it has been so successful, they are now even offering a PhD in gender. We even managed to set up a gender center. We started as a committee, then it became a gender center. Now it's a fully fledged teaching unit, which is even giving PhDs on gender. Now, despite all these steps, the situation still needs a lot of action. For example, we instituted a sexual policy, anti-sexual harassment policy at the University of Dar es Salaam. But believe you me, 2 years ago there was a study that was done by the TAKUKURU, and was it the institute? Was it this institute? TAKUKURU and I think it was the Women Fund. Gender, sexual harassment, sextortion is still very rampant at the university. So a lot of action still needs to be taken to address sextortion. Because when you talk of sextortion, you are talking of people's mindsets, right? People's cultural backgrounds, people's personal behaviors, people's disregard for human rights, because sexual harassment, it has a lot to do with the violation of human rights. So this is an issue that is still a big challenge, which needs to be taken care of. So we need not only the anti-sexual harassment policy, but we need much more action to change this mindset, which makes a person think that they need to apply sextortion for a student to pass, or for a staff to be promoted, or for whatever. To have the qualifications. Do these women lack qualifications? Or is it some other forces that are coming in between to still push out the women and just go with the men? Now, what are these things? What are these forces that is keeping the women out? So we need to challenge the appointment process. I know, for example, when members of the board are appointed, right? Normally, the institution would send recommendations. They'll say, we are sending, we have a board of 10 people, so we are sending these 10 names, yeah, as recommendations for appointment for the appointing authority. Then the appointing authority appoints whatever number is required by law. The same happens, I think, when let's say a managing director or a PS or whatever is being appointed. I think there is a system of sending names being recommended for the authority, appointing authority to appoint. Now, whoever sends these names, why do they skip women? We have to find out. We have to find out how come out of all the women around, they cannot find women to be included in that list. So if we really have to improve the rate or the ratio of men to women in the leadership position, at least in my country, we need to do research in terms of what are the criteria for appointment. Because we don't know them. And maybe some of you know, but I don't know, because I don't understand why women don't come out. So, in short, what I'm saying is that there are still a lot of work that needs to be done to overcome these many gaps that still seem to confront us in terms of hampering gender equality, but I still insist that we are the ones who should be the champions of bringing about this change. Of course, I'm not saying that the men should not be part of this work, but we're not going to sit there and wait for the men to do it for us, because they're already in power. In fact, they're the ones who are sending this list of people to be appointed. So either we work with the men to encourage them, to make sure that, or to influence them to make sure that they also send names of women, but we have to challenge them to say, why aren't we there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a big round of applause for our fantastic four panelists. And so thank you. Thank you. You've highlighted all the themes that have emerged from the morning to this session. Really, the importance of intentionality, the importance of mentorship. Dr. Suma, you mentioned sponsorship, which I think alludes to some of the questions that Mamam Lama is having, that why are the lists not having names of competent women? So I think here what we'll also learn the difference between mentorship and sponsorship, the importance of embedding all of this, what we're discussing in policy, in systems, and in structures. The examples have been clear, what Frank is doing at the bank, what Mamam Lama did at the university, what Dr. Issa is doing through the Media Association in Zanzibar, and what, of course, Dr. Suma is doing on so many different levels, working in different organizations. So sisi tunawashukuru sana, asanteni sana, thank you. Please, you can take a seat. We'll come to the end. And we're quickly wrapping up. We're quickly wrapping up. We've kept you, but I think you can all agree, cohorts, especially here I'm looking at cohort 7, cohort 8, it was worth it. It was worth you sitting through the extra hour to hear from these seasoned speakers, seasoned panelists, experts in their field, and to show you the work that has been done, but also the work that is ahead of you. I think that the guest of honor also said, you are the present and the future leaders, yes? Yes, so now, as we come to a close, I would like to call up Ambassador Begum Taj, who has been sitting very loyally with us from the morning. Ambassador Taj is a vice chair. She's a vice chairperson for Uongozi Institute Board of Directors, and she will be giving us a few closing remarks. Karibu sana, Ambassador.
Indeed, it was worthwhile, the extra hour because what we heard was very interesting and very important. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day, and I hope we're still awake. Those who are sleeping, could you please raise your hands? No hands, so it means no one is sleeping. Thank you for your attention. Distinguished leaders, cohort participants, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Thank you. At the outset, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the guest of honor, Dr. John Jingu, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Social Special Groups, for accepting the invitation to attend this important forum. We thank you. He's not here, but I'm still addressing him since he was here with us this morning. We thank you for your insightful speech, which underscored key milestones, developments, and achievements of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania in promoting gender equality and women leadership, both of which are very crucial for the country's progress. We noted the emphasis of your which you attributed to networking. And in your own words, and I quote, "Your network is your network." I would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to the keynote speaker, Dr. Linda Mkube Nkono, Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children Fund, for her remarkable, powerful, and eloquent speech. Your insight and leadership skill serve as an inspiration to all of us as we continue to forge our leadership roles. The challenges and opportunities that you have shared are very, very instrumental in enhancing the leadership role of women. We appreciate your reminder of the importance of the concept of Ubuntu. On a personal note, I can relate to your father's commitment and resolve to educate her daughters. I went through the same experience. I'm talking about the 60s. Fortunately now, it's embedded in our policies and laws. Education of the girl child, there's no escape of that. To the panelists, I thank you very, very much for your thought-provoking, I'm mixing pages and my eyes are very bad. So excuse me. To the panelists, I just turned 71, by the way. So you can imagine, 3-4 days ago. To the panelists, we thank you very much for your thought-provoking and enlightening and rich discussion. Thank you for sharing your immense experiences with us. We have learned a lot from you. From the discussions, you have shown that as women leaders, there were 2 gentlemen as well, we have so much potential to contribute to impactful leadership by rising above challenges. We can challenge the status quo, leading with influence and inspire lasting change. Together, we can close the gender gap, and shape a more equal and inclusive Africa. Let me thank you all for dedicating your valuable time to participate in this important forum. Your contributions to the discussion have been both valuable and commendable. I know that there was a summary of what you said, but I will endeavor also to mention a few takeaways that I had from the panel discussions. As I said, there were very rich discussions, and these are my takeaways. Education of the girl child, which fortunately is now embedded in our laws, and parents have no choice but to send their daughters to school. 2, empowerment of women, and in this case, training women to become leaders, which the Uongozi Institute is charged with. Thank you, Uongozi Institute. 3, gender equality in leadership positions in both public and private sectors. Most of you have mentioned this. And promotion of women to positions of leadership and equal representation in boards. Professor Mlama, thank you again for your very, very forceful speech on this particular subject. 4, some of you paid tribute to women for their ability for multitasking, and in many cases, women being the providers in their families and communities. Mr. Abdurazak, you mentioned about balancing, and I wish to tell you that I once had a discussion, I won't say an argument, with a colleague, and I mentioned about how we can balance our roles both at home and at work. And she said, no, there's nothing like balancing. We just have to juggle. We have to juggle with these roles. It's not easy to balance. My 5th takeaway is gender balance in the classroom. Professor Mlama, specific actions and policies had to be instituted to enable parity and creating awareness. Now, to our sincere thanks to all respondents, to the respondents who participated in the Uongozi Institute research study, from whose findings were shared today. Thank you for sharing your leadership journey and experiences. We truly appreciate that without your willingness and readiness to participate, the research would not have been possible. It will not only provide valuable insights into leadership aspects and attributes, but also serve as a reference for current and aspiring leaders. Congratulations once again to all women leaders of cohorts 7 and 8 who joined this special program. We hope that after completing it, you will demonstrate your leadership potential and be an agent of change in your organizations and communities at large. I wish to thank the governments of Tanzania and Finland, the European Union, the UN Women for their continued support of this program. By the way, there was a mention about who's contributing more, and unfortunately the CEO was not in the room, but I can assure you that the Tanzania's government is bigger than any other contribution to this program. I don't know the percentage, don't ask me about that. Let us keep the ball rolling and continue to advancing women's participation in leadership roles in Tanzania and Africa. I wish you all a wonderful afternoon and evening. Thank you for listening.
Asante sana, Ambassador Taj, and again, our Vice Chair for the Uongozi Institute's Board of Directors. So we've come to the end of our event. A few housekeeping rules, or not housekeeping rules, just a few housekeeping announcements rather. Lunch will be at the terrace. I believe the Uongozi staff and some of the interns will show you all to where the terrace is, but I believe when you come out of the door, you'll be going to your left. But very important, we have evaluations. I'm not sure if, can you please project the evaluation code? It'll look like this up on your screens. And so you'll find it here, yes, on the screens here, but also immediately when you go out of the door, the QR code is there. So please sign and give us evaluation in terms of your thoughts and how we can improve going forward. And then after lunch, there will be buses for cohort 7 and cohort 8. They'll be on standby for those who are going back to Bunju, and I believe cohort 8, you're now going to Bunju, right? You're like switching, you're finishing, and they're starting the in-person part. And any other housekeeping arrangements, I believe Uongozi Institute staff are around to help. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. You've seen some of them, you can also ask myself and I can direct you accordingly. So thank you very much, Nawashukuru sana. So that if we remember, we're pushing the needle forward. Remember your challenges, cohort 7 and 8. But with that, I believe there are lunch coupons. Caroline, yes? Are there lunch coupons? When you leave, when you're going out the doors, the coupons that you should get, and without that, you won't eat. So please, hakikisheni mnapata coupon zenu. And with that, I'll wish you all a pleasant rest of the afternoon, and hopefully we'll all see each other very soon. And cohort 7, all the best. The new ones, cohort 8, all the best. Karibuni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been emphasized that please, you must fill in the evaluation forms. It's not optional. It is part of funding requirements for the institute. So please fill in the evaluation. And it's very easy. Scan it, it's on your phone, very quick. Asanteni.